Hey guys. So let's get into our next topic really quick, and that is obviously conservative values, and this will be just another stream where we try to talk a little bit about what conservative values are, what they become, and again, an intelligent conversation about that, not necessarily, trying to pick a side or anything like that. But obviously, you guys know I'm going to state my opinion based on certain things. But again, it's going to be based on the facts presented of what I think the better solution is to essentially deducing from where we came and where we're going now, and where we have been before, where we can be again. So again, just want to start with defining something here. We're going to if we look up, first of all, if we look up the meaning of the word conservative, if we actually ask for the definition, base meaning of conservative, what we get is adverse to change or innovation and holding traditional values. That is the definition that we're given. In political context, it goes on, in political context, favoring free enterprise, private ownership, and socially traditional ideas. Now, when I think about socially traditional ideas, the concept of defining a socially traditional idea, what I want to look at with that is I want to consider that a socially traditional idea would have to be something that, if it was socially traditional and it you know what I mean, like it stayed and stuck, this was an acceptable means by social standards. Like it just was naturally took its course, where was naturally accepted and organically just happened that way. So I have to define that statement socially traditional with that concept in mind, with bearing that concept in mind, that it's something that we've accepted, that we know is good about that value. And so that's socially traditional ideas. That's what we're talking about there, where we've accepted that that's an idea that is traditional, essentially in the social sense, where it's positive. It has steadfast, has protected you, has helped civilization. It has stayed traditional. And then again, socially, more accepting of this, people accepting of it and stuff like that. This makes sense with the rest of this definition too, where we see favoring free enterprise, private ownership, and stuff like that, where it's not about trying to help the corporations. That again, that's a board, that's a publicly owned entity. That is a publicly owned entity. Why is my bitrate shifting around, YouTube, as I say this? Why is the bitrate dramatically shifting around as I say this? And we don't see any concurrence. So again, this is where we'll go ahead and prove that we're making a point, and they're trying to interfere with it. This absolutely is proof and evidence coming off that last stream, and we will proceed legally if we have to. Well, actually, whether I want to or not anymore, I think. But regardless, favoring free enterprise, this is the point. A traditional concept of conservatism favors private ownership, free enterprise, and the concept that you would be allowed to have these ideas of, you know, whatever the heck you want, but also respecting those traditional private ownerships and stuff like that. That's conservatism. Not necessarily helping the rich guy, because how is that a socially traditional? You see what I'm saying? I don't accept that Republican conservative values is cutting taxes for rich people. I don't accept that as a conservative value. And so this is kind of where we have to rationalize certain things about the quote conservative party these days is not acceptable and is not what it should have been for a long time. And so again, right here in its very definition of the word conservative, we see this. And so let me go on to the very next thing here of what we're going to see, and why I think we're also experiencing some issues, because they know that we're on to something, and people are listening. The beginning of last stream, you saw instantly 23 people in here. You saw all these numbers going around all over the place. Have you seen that in this stream where we should have a normal trending? Yet I mentioned the bitrate shifting around, and I see this one concurrent back and forth. So we know that one concurrent is doing that. That's your evidence. Okay? And I already mentioned that this all started after accusing the FBI, the NSA, and the Trump administration of, again, spying on us and causing all these problems for our channels over the years, where we know that they are canceling people and going out of their way to actually spy and use real tactics, espionage, to attack people. And, essentially, we see evidence of that where, they come in here. Again, at the start of the stream, we're shifting the bit rate around conveniently after that last stream. This has nothing to do with YouTube. It has everything to do with the fact that the government uses YouTube under the Trump administration to attack citizens. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm calling it out in Whistleblowing. This FBI deputy director, flat out, I'm standing here and telling you I've been harassed, doxxed all over this platform. This federal organization that should be investigating this seems to be harassing more. We have a long line of emails with YouTube. And YouTube, anytime we do this, we're going to probably show evidence of this, because this will be part of the intelligent conversation for you guys to follow. Every single time that we talk on YouTube about what YouTube is doing to enable this, YouTube will start removing views, and you can see evidence all across my channel. Every time I label a stream evidence, like all caps, no views. They halt the view process. They lie about it. You can see the evidence. Where we were getting trending at the beginning, and then just... And like the stream, literally just the bit rate. At a certain point, I start complaining about the bit rate. There's malicious people in chat, maybe, or something like that, saying nasty things. Where we have obvious evidence of what we know, the FBI has done to people before. Where, you know, they used to sit here and just harass people. You know, under administrations that don't have, you know, regulations in place that they should have. And then if you see, I sit here and I refresh and the bitrate shifts around. They're shifting the bitrate around to lie about the concurrence. Yes, the bitrate shift is to lie about the concurrents that are in the stream. There's 3 people in the stream. Okay? So, I'm tired of the bullshit, YouTube. I'm tired of you pretending like you're not doing it. And not enabling it, not involved. As soon as I mentioned on last stream that I thought it was all them and that you weren't involved, you sat here and continued attacking. So again, I'm fully aware that you are involved, YouTube. And that you harass people and literally have been working with the FBI to human traffic people. So yes, that's happening on YouTube. And that's the real reason they're trying to shut me up. Because any one of these scam baiters that finds out what YouTube's actually up to, they're going to suddenly change their tone about some things. So we're going to keep screwing around with streams, YouTube, or should I just keep going? You're going to keep making it obvious that you're messing around with my stream, coming off a previous stream where we talked about MAGA, and you want me to look a certain way? Are we going to talk about that? Again, we can open up the previous stream and show that we had an interjection of 23 people, normal people in the stream. We can show that. We can show that literally from the very start of this stream, we saw bitrate shifting around maliciously before I even started the stream, indicating you poking and prodding. This has nothing to do with processing on YouTube side of the thing. Again, if I start streaming and my bitrate's shifting around immediately the moment that I start streaming, that has nothing to do with processing. All that means is somebody using malicious intent is going around and looking at that stream and trying to mess with it and looking at all kinds of things in that stream and trying to find out little data points about you and investigate you. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about how instantly when I said that, it went up to 3 concurrents. We're going to talk about that. Don't worry, we're going to get to that. That's part of this, conveniently. Conveniently, they knew what I was going to talk about. So we're going to get to that. Don't worry. Okay. So, Republicans used to actually be conservative. Let's start. Since we 14 minutes in can finally start the stream. So, here we are. And as you guys know, I've already mentioned this. I love this guy right here. There isn't a Republican alive that can resemble the ethics this man had in one finger, let alone their entire body. So let's watch this video of McCain conceding to Obama, losing to him, and how he spoke about him and how he talked about his loss to Obama.
thank you for coming here on this beautiful Arizona evening. My friends, we have come to the end of a long journey. The American people have spoken, and they have spoken clearly. A little while ago, I had the honor of calling Senator Barack Obama to congratulate him, to congratulate him on being elected the next president of the country that we both love. In a contest as long and difficult as this campaign has been, his success alone commands...
Can we already give him a round of applause for getting them to stop? Can we already give him a round of applause? It's a concession speech and they're booing for Obama. He won.
...commands my respect for his ability and perseverance.
Right there it was. Right there it was. I'm sorry I interrupted. Let's hear that again.
To congratulate him on being elected the next president of the country that we both love.
Congratulates him.
In a contest as long and difficult as this campaign has been, his success alone commands my respect for his ability and perseverance. But that he managed to do so by inspiring the hopes of so many millions of Americans who had once wrongly believed that they had little at stake or little influence in the election of an American president is something I deeply admire and commend him for achieving.
Wow.
This is an historic election, and I recognize the special significance it has for African Americans and for the special pride that must be theirs tonight.
Right.
I've always believed that America offers opportunities to all who have the industry and will to seize it. Senator Obama believes that too. But we both recognize that though we have come a long way...
In just that statement, he proved how better of a conservative he is than everybody that we have on the GOP today. In just that statement alone.
Opportunities to all who have the industry and will to seize it. Senator Obama believes that too. But we both recognize that though we have come a long way from the old injustices that once stained our nation's reputation and denied some Americans the full blessings of American citizenship, the memory of them still had the power to wound. A century ago, President Theodore Roosevelt's invitation of Booker T. Washington to dine at the White House was taken as an outrage in many quarters. America today is a world away from the cruel and prideful bigotry of that time. There is no better evidence of this than the election of an African American to the presidency of the United States.
Good on him for noticing that. So I'll remind you all, when you become so blatantly racist toward Obama, like they're booing there and stuff like that, you show everybody what you do and who you are, what you stand for. Because nobody agrees with that. Nobody like even Trump at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it is so hard to, like, that guy was damn near perfect. And you just tore him down around every corner? He's probably the most bipartisan president we've ever had.
Let there be no reason now. Let there be no reason now for any American to fail to cherish their citizenship in this, the greatest nation on earth.
Oh, how those words hit hard.
Senator Obama has achieved a great thing for himself and for his country. I applaud him for it and offer him my sincere sympathy that his beloved grandmother did not live to see this day. Though our faith assures us she is at rest in the presence of her Creator, and so very proud of the good man she helped raise. Senator Obama and I have had and argued our differences, and he has prevailed. No doubt many of those differences remain. These are difficult times for our country, and I pledge to him tonight to do all in my power to help him lead us through the many challenges we face. I urge all Americans who supported me to join me in not just congratulating him, but offering our next president our goodwill and earnest effort to find ways to come together, to find the necessary compromises, to bridge our differences, and help restore our prosperity, defend our security in a dangerous world, and leave our children and grandchildren a stronger, better country than we inherited. Whatever our differences, we are fellow Americans. And please believe me when I say, no association has ever meant more to me than that.
Can we hear that part again? I want to hear that again.
To find the necessary compromises, to bridge our differences, and help restore our prosperity, defend our security in a dangerous world, and to find the necessary compromises, to bridge our differences.
There's your wokeness. Single-handedly, a Republican that's unfortunately not alive any longer single-handedly ended wokeness just then with a single statement. All Trump has to do is think exactly like that. That's it. Instead, he eggs it on. He proceeds to do the opposite to trigger people. It's literally exactly what he does every single time. To bridge the gap between our differences. YouTube, they like you're sitting in here screwing around with stuff. I see views going up regularly, yet I don't see the concurrent counter going up. I see lies on the graph where somebody from the fucking FBI is in here running damage control for Donald J. Trump's spy espionage that we're getting to. And that's why somebody came in here to like the stream, because they like it when I talk about this, so that they can sit here and they can learn from somebody who's actually intelligent, because they don't know what the F they're doing. So, meanwhile, this person is just in here screwing around. Average view duration says 20 seconds, and that's not accurate, because this person is still watching. And now my bitrate is maliciously shifting around as I say this. So why are you shifting my bitrate around as I say this if it's not true? Just like you did in the previous stream right before this. Why are you doing that? Why am I refreshing the concurrent counter just for you to break? Why is it obvious you're trying to run code to break my concurrent counter, which is what I said Trump does? And then as I say that, instantly, it's like magic, isn't it? I say something that's happening, that I can see happening, and instantly the little bots that are keeping an eye on what I just said come in the stream. Can we stop pretending like Donald Trump's freaking FBI isn't just sitting here spying on citizens? Can we stop? Why is my bitrate shifting around right as I say that? Stop. I will literally show up to your Harrisburg headquarters and demand answers. Just stop. Yeah, and then instantly, see, you break this shit so that you can't show how instantly you come in here when I say something like that. Again, why are you able to hide your concurrent? You've clearly made it obvious that you can hide that concurrent and you can be in here and know exactly what I'm saying. And you're also the same person that stalked and doxed my family all over this platform. So why don't you tell us in this chat what you've been doing? Again, they just come back in the stream. It's not one concurrent coming back. No, it's the same one. So again, you saw at the beginning of the stream that we had to talk about how the concurrent counter wasn't the same. How somebody was screwing around with their trending. We didn't have the proper trending. So because we talked about this, this caused that trick of the system, like they do, to flag the stream, to cause YouTube's system to be wrong. We've seen this 100 times. We've seen this more than 100 times.
And help restore our prosperity, defend our security in a dangerous world, and leave our children and grandchildren a stronger, better country than we inherited. Whatever our differences, we are fellow Americans. And please believe me when I say, no association has ever meant more to me than that.
See? They still like it.
It is natural. It's natural tonight to feel some disappointment. But tomorrow, we must move beyond it and work together to get our country moving again. We fought.
And they did.
We fought as hard as we could. And though we fell short, the failure is mine, not yours. I am so...
You see how sympathetic they were? It's amazing how when there's a bunch of voters who seem to care about something, instead of just being a cult following, can be supportive. They can listen to what their candidate says and get behind him. You know, he tells them to stop, they listen. And they would actually question and stuff like that because he gave them the value in themselves to be able to do that. He's not Trump. He's not sitting there trying to trick them around every corner.
I am so deeply grateful to all of you for the great honor of your support and for all you have done for me. I wish the outcome had been different, my friends.
This is the same guy that single-handedly, when Donald Trump tried to pass universal health care and take away your pre-existing conditions again, he was the single vote that saved all of you. He flew from a brain tumor removal surgery knowing that no Republicans think properly anymore. And he voted no. He's a hero. He's the guy Trump made fun of because people like him. He was the guy that was a war hero, that was imprisoned, tortured, yeah. They don't make them like that anymore.
The road was a difficult one from the outset, but your support and friendship never wavered. I cannot adequately express how deeply indebted I am to you.
And no, in case you're wondering, that's not Tina Fey, it's Sarah Palin. She just famously played Sarah Palin so well. So yes, a lot of people attribute the fact that, not to be rude to her or anything like that, but she wasn't a strong vice president candidate for him. She really wasn't. A lot of people knew that. And to his and her credit, there were worse people than her. There really were. But yeah, she was pretty inexperienced at it, I think, and I think that's just a lot of it, being unprepared for questions and stuff like that. But obviously John McCain, you don't make him like that anymore,
I'm especially grateful to my wife, Cindy, my children, my dear mother, and all my family, and to the many old and dear friends who have stood by my side through the many ups and downs of this long campaign. I have always been a fortunate man, and never more so, for the love and encouragement you have given me. Campaigns are often harder on a candidate's family than on the candidate, and that's been true in this campaign. All I can offer in compensation is my love and gratitude and the promise of more peaceful years ahead. I am also, of course, very thankful to Governor Sarah Palin, one of the best campaigners I've ever seen.
See, that's nice. That's the nice thing to do.
One of the best campaigners I have ever seen, and an impressive new voice in our party for reform and the principles that have always been our greatest strength. Her husband, Todd, and their 5 beautiful children for their tireless dedication to our cause and the courage and grace they showed in the rough and tumble of a presidential campaign. We can all look forward with great interest to her future service to Alaska, the Republican Party, and our country. To all my campaign comrades, from Rick Davis and Steve Schmidt and Mark Salter, to every last volunteer who fought so hard and valiantly, month after month, in what at times seemed to be the most challenged campaign in modern times, thank you so much. A lost election will never mean more to me than the privilege of your faith and friendship. I don't know what more we could have done to try to win this election. I'll leave that to others to determine. Every candidate makes mistakes, and I'm sure I made my share of them. But I won't spend a moment of the future regretting what might have been. This campaign was and will remain the great honor of my life. And my heart is filled with nothing but gratitude for the experience and to the American people for giving me a fair hearing before deciding that Senator Obama and my old friend, Senator Joe Biden, should have the honor of leading us for the next 4 years. Please, please. I would not be an American worthy of the name should I regret a fate that has allowed me the extraordinary privilege of serving this country for a half a century. Today, I was a candidate for the highest office in the country I love so much. And tonight, I remain her servant. That is blessing enough for anyone, and I thank the people of Arizona for it. Tonight, more than any night, I hold in my heart nothing but love for this country and for all its citizens. Whether they supported me or Senator Obama, I wish Godspeed to the man who was my former opponent and will be my president. And I call on all Americans, as I have often in this campaign, to not despair of our present difficulties, but to believe always in the promise and greatness of America, because nothing is inevitable here. Americans never quit. We never surrender. We never hide from history. We make history. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all very much.
Okay. So, as you can see, a much different take on conservatism. They don't make them like that anymore. They really don't, man. You can literally just fix that whole woke nonsense with the one statement that he made. And it's just a type of thinking where we have a president for too long that's brainwashing people. You do it. You become irritated by the way they are, instead of just accepting that's the way somebody is. And then you complain about it. You call it woke. You create this whole thing where it's like a problem for the world. And you just think about people like that. You do it in your cars when they're in front of you. Instead of matching their speed, you see a bumper sticker that says Obama Biden or something like that. So you, like, why? So we're getting to some other things. We're gonna get there, but this is really important because, again, conservatism, this was the last normal election. Like, this was the last time it felt sort of, well, actually, we're going to play one more after this where it felt normal. The other one. That's what we're about to watch. But that was the very final one, and you're going to see an example of another person having a normal concession speech, not saying that somebody stole an election or anything, like just a completely normal speech, congratulating, stuff like that. So, let us watch, without further ado, the 2012 concession speech from Mitt Romney.
And here it comes.
Okay.
Mitt Romney.
There's Mitt Romney. Just a short while ago, we're told he called President Obama and conceded. Here he is walking out onto the stage in Boston to to speak with his supporters, Mitt Romney.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
It was pretty well liked.
I have just called President Obama to congratulate him on his victory.
It was actually thought to be, let me just say, like, for a while there, it was thought to be sort of close. So, let me just say that for him at least.
His supporters and his campaign also deserve congratulations. I wish all of them well, but particularly the President, the First Lady, and their daughters. This is a time of great challenges for America.
What a nice guy.
And I pray that the President will be successful in guiding our nation.
What a nice guy.
I want to thank Paul Ryan for all that he has done for our campaign.
Listen, I feel bad for Paul Ryan. I feel bad for him because he could have had a good career. And Trump destroyed it. That's another guy whose career was destroyed by Trump. So again, just another Republican that could have just been just fine, I'm sure. And Trump destroyed his career. Like, we didn't even have a chance to really see what he could do.
And for our country, besides my wife Ann, Paul is the best choice I've ever made.
Okay, that was pretty
And I
close.
trust that his intellect and his hard work and his commitment to principle will continue to contribute to the good of our nation. I also want to thank
See,
Ann.
what a good sport the guy is. He's cracking jokes. What a good sport. Trump can't do that. The guy can't even lose at golf. He probably calls like the director of the FBI or something to investigate his golf course or something, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, like, you know, maybe you tried it.
The love of my life. She would have been a wonderful First Lady. She has been that and more to me and to our family and to the many people that she has touched with her compassion and her care. I thank my sons for their tireless work in behalf of the campaign and thank their wives and children for taking up the slack as their husbands and dads have spent so many weeks away from home.
See, that's nice.
I want to thank Matt Rhodes and the dedicated campaign team he led.
Because
They have
this you have to understand, like, that helps people's careers, like him acknowledging that and stuff. Regardless of it being a concession speech, he's still seen as the runner-up for the president. I mean, come on.
made an extraordinary effort, not just for me, but also for the country that we love. And to you here tonight, and to the team across the country, the volunteers, the fundraisers, the donors, the surrogates, I don't believe that there's ever been an effort in our party that can compare with what you have done over these past years. Thank you so very much.
That's nice on his side. Jesus,
Thanks for all the hours
nice
of work,
guy.
for the calls, for the speeches and appearances, for the resources and for the prayers. You gave deeply from yourselves and performed magnificently. And you inspired us and you humbled us. You've been the very best we could have imagined. The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family.
See, this is the issue. While I appreciate him, this is it. This is the issue. Does anybody like sit here like as he's talking and just start gonna go, huh? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Like I you know, I'm just trying to be helpful. Seriously, this is the issue. Obama actually cared, and he was funny. And he took pauses to think about what he would say instead of just trying to say like big words like loyalty and charisma and stuff. Like, I get it. That's what you stand for, so that's what you say, but it's from a playbook. He's just, you know, you get it. Like, it doesn't seem as genuine. So that was the issue. The issue was just the fact that it was too much from the playbook. It was too, like, they've heard it a million times. It's boring. And the big words are often over people's heads. It really, seriously, a lot of these guys are far more intelligent, you know, than most people give them credit for. So, why are you shifting the bit rate around, man? Why? Right when I say that? Because Mitt Romney made the comment about people's intelligence? Okay. Yeah. So he also recognized it. Yes. Yep. It's not a crack at people's... It's not a jab at people. It's recognizing... Now, what he did was making a jab at people, and you shouldn't do that, but, you know, it's the sort of thing where at the time he did that, I think, wasn't he dealing with a nasty interviewer or something like that? So that's what you have to realize is, like, it was the same sort of thing where, like, I'm not giving him all the credit either. Like, I don't, you know, even at the time I was like, well, yeah, obviously Obama over Mitt Romney. But now, yeah, Mitt Romney over Trump. A goat over Trump. A goat. Yep, because even a goat would just be like, bah! I know we'd be like, well, hell, we can't decide what this goat wants. We need to find somebody else to do it. You know, like, at least it just would be somebody else, you know? That's why people say that. Like, it literally would... Anybody. Anyway, sorry.
We look to our parents. From the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward. And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America.
It sounds pretty unifying to me.
And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
That's great.
You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
So, like, even Mitt Romney isn't my favorite Republican ever. He's really not. He's not my favorite Republican ever. John McCain, I don't know, man. He's up there for me. Lincoln? Wasn't Lincoln a Republican? I'd probably go with Lincoln, obviously. But, like, the point is, like, we have come a very long way from that. And this is what people don't realize, is the parties are so reversed. John McCain, again, you can see how long his speech was. He did nothing but talk good about Obama. Defended him when people tried to say otherwise. That's so important to do when you recognize that happening. You know, you need to be willing to concede like that, you know. And that's what Trump knows his base is built on. He can't concede, or they will. And then all these lawsuits, all these things that like, you have to understand, like, that's what we're talking about. Like, it's not, that's why every person you call a Democrat seems like they're trying to convince you of certain things with Trump. That's why, because the point is, the moment that stops, where his base stops, that's the point. If that would happen, there's nobody left. We all know that, like, the people that are Republicans in Congress right now, they're probably just scared of being attacked or something like that. Like, not playing ball, you know, that sort of thing. So, let's talk about Donald Trump. Remember how I told you guys that... Remember how I told you guys that basically everything Donald Trump says is opposite? Like, it's polar opposite. This is how I've been predicting things. This is how things have been happening. We have the bitrate conveniently shifting around now, so people can't hear this, and they're getting cycled out of the stream. We see that 7 concurrence in here, and then the bitrate shifts around. Okay? So they are absolutely trying to make sure you do not hear this. So this is what you want to hear. Like, that's where you saw that. I had to refresh it. They were gone. Yeah, they're trying to stop you from hearing this. So this is what you need to hear. Donald Trump, everything he says is the opposite. When he was worried about Obama and all them rigging the election way back, it's because he knew he was going to do it now. Remember all these times where he accidentally said something, and then we're like, wait a second, did you just admit that you would sell secrets to the enemy? And he's like, well, yeah, of course I would, but that's not important. Then he starts talking about something else. What the hell? And then all these other times he keeps making mistakes and stuff like that. So many times he accidentally told us of his plan, and it's super obvious every time that he talks that it's basically the opposite. So that's why he has to blame Democrats, and he can't talk and he can't say anything in normal anymore, because he just gets worried that the Democrats are doing to him exactly what he's doing to all of you, because they aren't. He is. Because they aren't. He is. So everything is opposite. Now, with this in mind, bear this in mind. Spygate. Do you remember when randomly Donald Trump sat here and started making all these accusations, and everybody got all worried because, again, he was making all these accusations that the Obama administration, yada yada yada, was spying on him, trying to interfere with his campaign, yada yada yada. That was him. That was Donald Trump. That's what he's done. That's what he is doing. He is going to interfere like he was worried about then. Because remember, I told you, use that concept where it's opposite. He's worried about them when it's actually projection of his feelings onto them. Because he knows he does that, he thinks everybody else does that too. And they're doing that too. So therefore, because he's doing that, therefore he's worried about it. So therefore he blurts it out. And now we all know, wow, really? So yeah, flat out, that's what he's doing this time around. And yeah, he was sitting here saying that Obama used the FBI and spied on the campaign and you know, caused all these problems, and there's all this evidence and stuff like that, and it was all disproven. All of it. So, since that's all made up, gee, I wonder what's actually happening. Bitrate's shifting around like crazy right now. Right as I say this. So, let's recognize that YouTube is enabling that, and we will hold them accountable. Bitrate is massively shifting around. You see this? So, if you're getting lag, they're trying to break up what I'm saying. They did this with the phones for a long time. Remember, I was driving around, I used to talk about it, and I'd talk about how it affected everybody on this roadway, and it affected cops. It affects how people do their jobs. Yeah, and I was pointing this out. And they're sitting here trying to break up what I'm saying as I'm pointing out that police can't even do their jobs anymore because they're impacted. They're so concerned about what everybody's doing in their cars that they have to make laws to try to pull people over without probable cause. But they have to sit here and try to make laws to pull people over without probable cause. So what they're doing, they're sitting here lying. They're triggering warning systems for YouTube's thing, and I'm again like these typed messages and stuff. They don't mean anything. It's completely useless. It means absolutely diddly squat. Yet I get a warning message again after my bitrate is no longer shifting around. That my bitrate's shifting around. So again, like, that is literally to cause the bitrate to shift around. So again, it's literally just Trump's FBI, and they're showing how actually pretty bad they are at this. Yeah, like, I was able to sit here and just figure this out. Yeah, and meanwhile, you got these guys texting war plans. They have no idea. They really think that you people can't read your text messages. They really think that. They're really this foolish. Meanwhile, we have Kamala Harris, who is vice president and knows this stuff, talking in interviews about how, like, yeah, she's been to the intelligence briefings too, where, yep, if you're on a like a train or something like that, don't think that somebody can't listen to your conversation if you got wireless earbuds, and maybe even wired ones depending on how breached you are. So again, why is Trump's organization so obliviously incapable of recognizing things? Regular, just again, the vice president, like she had those intelligent briefings, yet even the President Trump can't bring himself to do one because he already knows all that stuff. Yet his administration clearly doesn't, so he clearly doesn't. We've seen this. We've seen evidence of this. So this whole Spygate thing, this is what I was getting to. Where he mentioned this, and like he's like throwing all these accusations out. There's all this information on it. And meanwhile, you can sit here and reverse engineer this is exactly what he's doing. Like, to other people. So that's the obviousness behind the whole, you know, espionage and stuff like that. Let me also remind you guys of things. Let me remind you of something. Hold on. Now, let me kind of remind you guys that there's a war going on. And unfortunately, Donald Trump is obviously partial to Russia, which is weird. And there are people that, because they were fooled by Donald Trump's propaganda, that actually came from the U.S., they're citizens, and they signed up to fight for the Russian army. I'll say that again. U.S. citizens, because they were fooled by Donald Trump's propaganda, signed up and are now fighting for Russia's army. For Russia's army. Not against. For Russia's army. For the enemy. Russia is our enemy. They are not our friend. Russia is our enemy. The Russian people are not our enemies. The Russian government is our enemy. Here comes the triggered person, conveniently, as we mentioned, Russia, and our own U.S. citizens fighting for the Russian army. And what I was about to get to has now been interrupted by propaganda. So let's read this. What propaganda? Oh, you mean the one you just interrupted me with? Okay. You're the one, incorrect, you are, by the way. You, apostrophe R-E, incorrect. The one making up nonsense. What? Proper your again? Your should be apostrophe R-E. Saying us is. Saying is completely baseless. Like again, like it's, you seem like you're losing a translator, or you're that illiterate. You're that angry, you're like typing really fast. And insane, period. You need help. So again, as I was about to get to how this is related, you came in here with your propaganda, blaming propaganda on me. Sounds like Trump again, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like Trump? Like maybe his FBI? Trying not to remind you that we have U.S. citizens fighting for the Russian army. And that's a problem. Do you know why that's a problem? Oh, they don't want me to tell you. They don't want me to remind you that Russia tortures people. Those people aren't fighting wars. They're being forced to tell Russian government secrets about the United States. Guarantee it. And you're all just like this if you watch and believe anything Trump says. All right, let's read this next statement. Holy shit, what are you saying? what you're saying is completely insane. Citizens are not going to Russia. That's wrong. I should report your comment for misinformation. That's wrong. I can literally show you evidence of the sign-up sheets. You could have signed up, gone to Russia. People did it. They are there. I've watched videos of some lady trying to plead with, you know, trying to get her husband back and stuff. No, you don't know what you're talking about. We don't even support Russia. You're incorrect. You incorrect again. You apostrophe RE. Literally making stuff up. Okay. I'll see if I can find the sign up here. All right, I simply asked the AI. I asked Gemini. They can compile all the information on the internet and look it up. I simply asked it, did U.S. citizens go to Russia to fight for the Russia war effort against Ukraine? Yes, there have been reports of U.S. citizens, including veterans, who traveled to Russia and joined the Russian army, or I'm sorry, Russian military in the war against Ukraine. So again, you were wrong. Do you want to admit it? Do you want to admit that you were literally just wrong? You came in here saying that? Being very confrontational with me? Being a certain way with me? Or do you want to keep acting this way and being this way, where I knew something, and you came in here to bring propaganda in here to make me look a certain way? Recognize that you've just done that. I want everybody else to recognize your chat that you've just done that too. Because again, right here it is. I just looked it up. Here we go. Here's going to be something about AI. Remember, this is Gemini. Okay? Compiles all the data on the info. Basically, I don't, using that, it will tell me if I'm wrong. But okay. Yeah, it says it right here. And it even says that it recommends dual citizenship because if they come back, the U.S. might not recognize their citizenship any longer. So you look like you look really foolish, man. You're coming in here just trying to, point the finger and be nasty. But you look really foolish. LOL, you use AI to tell you to think. No, again, I couldn't immediately find the article I was looking for, so I asked the AI, and yes, it agreed. So again, it compiles, and this is Gemini, Google's very powerful AI, so powerful they had to shut it off at a certain level because it was that scary. Okay? This thing knows literally way more than you and I put together. So just stop it with your nonsense. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's what an AI does. It's the same thing a fact checker does. Okay? It's an organization, except with not with computers, with people that do the research. So stop already. You don't know what you're talking about. You come in here with your MAGA agenda because you're all triggered, and then you show how wrong you are. So again, let's finish this ridiculous statement. Trying doing your own research instead. They can't even type. Trying doing your own research instead of blindingly believing AI. You just believe nonsense with literally no... Okay, so again, here's the evidence. No evidence yet. The evidence is right here. I'm literally looking right at it. It's all these articles right here. Texan who fled... There's right here, the Times. Texan who fled... Yeah, here. You want it? Here. Idiot. You deserve to be called an idiot. I'm sorry, but you do. That was stupid. Here you go. It's hold on, the link is too long. It won't let me, the link is too long. I'll just read it to you. Texan who fled, this is the Times. Texan who fled woke America. I can see his picture right here. This is the guy that was like streaming, right? Has been sent to Putin's front lines, and I think this guy changed his mind too. Derek Hoffman took his family to Russia to escape LGBT indoctrination, is what it says, then signed up for the army. His wife said he had hope for a non-combat role. I mean, this is classic MAGA nonsense, and here you are in my chat looking like an idiot, you know, like, you're making yourself look, again, like, I'm reading the evidence. I'm giving you what you asked for. I'm proving you wrong. You asked me for the evidence, for the proof. You are proven wrong, and you're not even hearing it. So here, I'll put it in the description. Here. The link is now in the description. You guys can read all you want. A man from Texas who fled Russia with his family to escape LGBT indoctrination in the United States has been sent to the front lines in Ukraine after signing up to join President Putin's invading army, his wife said. Derek Huffman, his wife, Dieta, and their 3 daughters, aged, small town near Moscow this year. They received visas under a Kremlin scheme to attract people from Western countries that Moscow accuses of promoting a destructive neoliberal ideology. Exactly everything I've been telling you. They've been brainwashing them to believe. Huffman, 46, said in a video in March that he and his wife, they're right here, photographed in front of the fake Kremlin thing, like the thing in Russia where they take the picture. It's not the real Kremlin, obviously, because you can't get. I think like you can't get it within a certain distance of that thing, right? Like something like that. So it's hard to take pictures and stuff like that. But like there's like a, like a little statue, I think, right? So I think that's what that one is. But anyway, I could be wrong. I don't know. Let me just finish this. Huffman, 46, said in a video in March that he and his wife wanted to leave the United States because they were concerned about the unhealthy food, crime, and transgender movement, as well as LGBT teachings at schools. The final straw was when we found our daughter, Sophia, learnt... Oh, this is quoted. Oh my God. So that's the way he talks. Learnt with a T. I love that they quoted him here. I love this. You can really get a lot from this. There's literally... This guy reported this. Believe anything I'm saying? This guy reported this. His whole family is a witness to this. Believe it? You're ridiculous. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're like QAnon. What, you think Trump is God, right? Anyway. The final straw, this is a quote from him, was when we found out my daughter Sophia learnt about lesbians from a girl in her class. She didn't fully understand it. Wait, let me see. That the rages are relevant now. Hold on, let me see how old she is. Oh, it doesn't actually say. They're 10 and 13. I don't know. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah, I think I think they're the woke ones. I think this family is the woke ones. I think they're woke in the sense that they're all emotional, that somebody taught their daughter about... It's like, she's gonna learn this. Like, that happened to all of us. Like, who didn't... Ah, that's ridiculous. Anyway, from a girl in her class. Oh my God, that was the final straw. She didn't fully understand it, but for us, that was enough to realize something had to change. So, front lines of Russia. He told RT, the Kremlin-funded media outlet. Oh my God, it's even Kremlin-funded. Look, you're trying to say that this isn't true, and it's being funded by the Russians. They're not even saying it's false. You look so ridiculous now. So, he says, so you're, and then uses the incorrect you're when I've showed him how to use it several times. Again, now this guy is showing complete lack of intelligence. Gone. 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 I have literally given you 2 previous examples of how to use the proper your, and you still use it wrong. You have now shown me, in the very short time that I have talked to you, your intelligence and your inability to learn new information. You are gone. You will endlessly come in here and attack me because you are wrong and you are foolish. So therefore, the smart person gets attacked. You're the bully. Take it. Learn you're stupid and take it. Fix it. That's how you move on. Now, let's move on with this, because this is interesting, and I'm glad this was mentioned, because now I could talk about this. Ridiculous, man. Kremlin-funded media. Guy shows how foolish he is. And then again, can't even use the word "you're" properly. Oh, man. I corrected him twice, told him how to use it. Could have looked it up, too, in the meantime, so he didn't look as foolish. But he didn't, did he? Just showing he didn't know how to use it. I'm not talking to anybody that literally... If you don't know how to use the proper version of your and your... Don't even bother, because it's going to cause a problem for chat. And I'm eventually going to get to a certain point where... You didn't have anything valid to say in chat anyway. Like... If you want to speak out about something, educate yourself. Be literate. Speak it articulately. Because that's the point. Trump don't do that. Guy's a buffoon. In May, he said he had signed up with Russia's army despite having no previous military experience. I will be heading to the special military operation, he said in the video, using the Kremlin's term for its invasion of Ukraine. He said his main motivation was to gain gain Russian passports for himself and his family after 1 year of military service under a fast-track citizenship program for foreigners who joined the army. We are very proud of him and his doing this for our family, Deanna said. Oh, I want to get to the part where, like, he regrets it. Hold on. Here it comes. She said he would be hoped to be deployed for something that was not combat, and of course that's what he got. She said it feels like he was like quoted here. She said he feels like he's been thrown to the wolves right now, and he's leaning on his faith, is what she's saying. Okay, apparently this dude was ordered to hand over 10,000 rubles for supplies while not receiving any of his promised salary. Wow. So this guy not only is he brainwashed into fighting for Russia, you know, again, they are our enemy, and he's brainwashed into signing up for him because of the woke agenda here. He's the woke one. He's the one that left because he's all emotional. His daughter found out about lesbians. Jesus. Meanwhile, here he is, and the Russian army is literally stealing supplies from their own soldiers while not paying them. Like, literally says, while not receiving any of his promised salary. The quote is he's received nothing, so until that comes in, I can't send him anything. Deanna said later she deleted the video. Her husband's whereabouts are unclear, and Deanna's latest videos focus on family life with no mention of the Russian army? What the fuck? They unalived this guy and told her to shut up. Are you kidding? Meanwhile, this guy in my chat thinks it's not happening. And you see where we are. I just found it on a Russian media source. Or, I'm sorry. It's a European one, I'm sorry. It's basically the same article on a European source. Oh wow, this gives more info. This is bad. This is really bad. And this is my point to the fool that came in here lying. You know, I'm pretty sure he probably knows he's lying. He's making that shit up. That looked exactly like a troll to me in that chat. Because you literally can't deny how obvious this shit is. And This is really terrible. This is, again, what they want you to forget about. That Russia had citizens do this from here. So who knows how many actually, like, I don't think it was just him. They had that sign up. That's awful. And I remember seeing the fools sort of talking about doing it and stuff like that, and it's like, man. All right, so let's discuss something here that I think is also important, especially if you're in another country and you're being lied to. Let me just pull this up here. This is a map of the entire world. And as you can see, this is the United States and Canada and Mexico. And yeah, right there. And you can see just how big the United States is. Pretty big. Okay. Mexico's geographically not small. Not small. Then we start going south to all these Spanish countries, to these Central American countries, and we realize just how small things get. I have to like really like zoom here. Look at how small we get with some of these countries down here in Central America. That's that connecting like line of countries there under Mexico that you see there. And that's Central America. And you see just how small, you know, think about how small Guatemala is there. Think about how small that is. Think about when you even go further south to like South America, you have Brazil is just this huge thing, like bigger than Texas. Yeah, that thing's like, that's like the size of India. And then meanwhile, you got you got these countries jammed over here like Argentina and stuff like that. Like these folks are just jammed all together. And Brazil has just got like this huge amount of space. Okay? Take note of that. Now, take note, some of the countries where people come from, most, like Puerto Rico, Cuba, and things like that, like we see people becoming citizens, stuff like that. These are smaller countries where there's just less room. It's so developed, they just can't. There's nowhere to go. And we got all this space. We got all this fertile land. Okay. Now, let's take a trip over on to Europe. So let's look at Europe here. We're just going to look at Europe. We are just going to look at Europe. This is Europe. That tip all the way down there at the bottom, that's Spain. And then above it, we got France. See how these are like the size of like a big state? Like France and Spain, they're like the size of Texas. Yeah, like Paris and all this stuff in France, all that shit. That's just the size of Texas. One state. Our biggest state, but still one state. If you look at the UK, even that isn't geographically, like, huge. That's, like, way up north above France, if you see it there. Now, they have territories, too, but they're not very big. And, so while you have Australia, too, but that is, like, other than New Zealand, that's, like, the furthest thing. You know what I mean? So, Australia's by itself. Like, that's... Yeah, sort of like the United States. It's, like, by itself. Well, except the United States has a bit more connecting than Australia really does. Now, let's look and compare this. Like, if you see all these little countries, and in Germany up above France, too, there, where it's kind of bigger. Like, the whole point is we see these big, and then you have Italy sticking down there. You see Italy there, sort of sticking down. That's that panhandle there in the middle. Okay? So we have all these countries all jammed together, and then all of a sudden you got Austria, Belgium, Denmark, like all these little tiny countries just jammed in here. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's just go on over here and take a look at Russia. Oh my God, it fills the screen. Oh, I can't even, what the that's Russia? What the hell? And suddenly you get it. And this is what nobody from other countries understands. They're lied to. They probably have no idea Russia's that big. They're told things like, again, North Koreans. This is Korea. So Russia's that big. You see Russia. Russia's that white, red, and that white, blue, and red. They have the same colors we do. That's them. That's Russia. That's how big they are. That's China, right there, with the red. That's India. So the most people in the world are right there. There's like 4 billion people right there in China and India. Then we go on over here to Korea. That, sticking off there a little bit from China, that is North and South Korea. That's it. Yep. That is like the size of Jersey. Yep, that thing looks like it's about the size of Jersey. Yeah. The size of New Jersey, just North and South Korea put together. And then you understand if you lived in North Korea, you know, being lied to and stuff, thinking that you're the world power and Kim Jong-un is holding it all together and he has the biggest military, yet that's what your country looks like compared to the rest of the world. And that's what you're taught. And even looking at Japan, the strategic positioning of it, sticking way out there, being far enough out, their navy having detections and stuff that they would have and stuff like that. So it's not even like it's that. It's literally attached to China, who favors Russia. So, again, this is Russia. There's the Ukraine. There it is. And they're just trying to... Like, are you kidding? Like, you have to see what... Like, you have to see it. You have to see it to understand. Right? Like, we all played Command and Conquer, right? We all played StarCraft. We all played some sort of we all played risk, right? Right? That's what you should be thinking when you see that. When you're playing Risk and you're looking at that battlefield and you're looking at, or Stratego. Anybody ever play Stratego? Stratego's a really good one. Highly recommend that one to Trump. This is an eye opener. Like if you play strategy games and you know like things like that, and you just look at this and you look at all the other countries around there and you just see that big giant thing, and they're trying to take over the other big giant thing that's connected to them. What are you probably gonna do if you know that other big giant thing is already sort of a pain in the ass? What are you gonna do strategically? Are you gonna aid the country that's being invaded because they're defenseless to prevent the pain in the ass from becoming more of a pain in the ass? Yes. Yes. You're not going to join the pain in the ass part to help them invade a smaller country. It doesn't make sense. That's how simple it is. It's like building a giant wall across a border that spans... Hold on. See, I don't even know. I just know it's huge. And it would be stupid. Hold on. You want to build a wall that's however high, and then you want it to be 1,254 miles long. Do you have any concept for how 1,200... That's like from here to Florida. That is literally like from going from Pennsylvania to Florida. And you want to put a wall on that border and you think that's a good idea. You need a good hard... You like need to wake up, man. You're not thinking about this clearly. That's why we all can see it as propaganda. You ain't putting a wall on something. Oh my god, I'm sorry. The entire border is actually 2,000 miles. It ain't even... Oh my god, it's further. Yeah, the border is actually further if you try to cover, like, other parts too, apparently. Oh my god. So, like, it's just... that's ridiculous. Yeah, the actual border is 1,200 miles long. Apparently, the entire border spans almost 2,000 miles. That's just the border. What the? It's you can't, like, that's the point. Nobody rationalizes, understands it cannot be done. They don't get they're being sold a scam. It's a scam. He doesn't plan to do it. Never plans to do it. That's why when he's talking to the Mexican president, he didn't give a He's like, that's fine if you don't pay for it. I don't care. You just can't tell people that you said that. Because again, he didn't have any plans of doing it. Remember, he started doing it and abandoned it. It fell over. It was a joke. Oh, God, the fact that anybody doesn't realize anymore how they're being scammed by the biggest scammer on the planet is literally just beyond me. It really is. It's beyond me. And again, it's as basic as what I'm showing you here. Where you see a giant country. Russia is the one in white, blue, and red. And to know that you wouldn't want that to just invade one of the neighboring countries just because. Yeah, they're not being attacked or anything like that. They just invade, occupy. Commit war crimes. Because that's what Putin was doing. He's committing war crimes. He was just unaliving civilians. So if you're watching and you've never seen this before, yeah, and this is the point, is this is how big. And again, the United States is, I mean, we're pretty big too. We are, but again, it has, our strategic positioning is a lot of it, and the fact that Canada has always been our friend. Donald Trump just pissed them off like forever. They are quite prideful. So this is what most people don't realize. They don't get that, like, this map looks like this. Look at how many countries, you know what I mean? Like, this is what people don't realize. Look how many countries are in Africa. People don't really understand how many countries exist in the world. There's India, right there. And do you see how close, do you see Africa is actually connected to the Middle East? How many people know that? When I was younger, I actually didn't realize that. When I was, like, younger. Yeah, it's connected. I think that's Egypt up there, right? And Saudi Arabia? Yeah, it's connected. That's bad. That's why Al-Qaeda is doing what they're doing. All that is connected. That's why. And that's why you don't want it spreading up and over. That's why. It's connected. Europe is right there. Spain is right there. It's connected. So, obviously, and if you want to go down here, we can take a look. This is Australia. So you can see Australia is a pretty big country too. They're pretty big. It's probably about the size of India. Maybe a little bigger. It's probably a little bigger than India. It's pretty big. Not quite the size of China. China's big. New Zealand. And you have Indonesia. So yeah, there's Japan, but like the thing I really want to reiterate is look how small. Again, we've talked about North Korea and their totalitarian leadership and how dangerous this is for them, and how we see a similar mindset with our current president. Just look how small those countries are. And so, like, think about it like this. Think about it like this. You grow up in a society that you're taught there's these great wars. Not too much specific about them, but that you guys won, you're holding the world together. And, you know, like all the armies before you, they were heroes, you know, and we have to honor them every single day by being obsessive about certain disciplines and stuff like that. Not that discipline's a bad thing, but again, remember, obsessively disciplined about certain things where it's a requirement, a law to make sure that you don't say certain things negative about your leaders and stuff like that. Like that would be terrible. Like, people are being unalived in public for that. We're talking about that type of crap. And you know, just there being like almost like a merit-based sort of system with how well you kiss ass. So now, like, let's say you're military And you go all through this, and you're like the worst of it, and you've harmed people and stuff for this notion, believing that it was for a good cause, believing it was honorable, lied to. And then you defect. And so, for some strange reason, you just end up in another country. You're sort of saved. It just sort of happens. You didn't even try it, maybe. And now you're told the truth. And you don't necessarily believe it. So they show you a map. And they show you the internet. And they start showing you things. And you start realizing they could possibly, like you start realizing it. They show you this. And they show you that you came from a country that sat here and acted like it was bigger than everybody else, had the most military, they held everything together, they're the world power, and then that's what your country looks like, that little thing sticking out of China. Can you imagine how you must feel? We're the smallest, most insignificant, and frankly, like, childish forms of governing I have ever seen. Where again, like, somebody says something bad about the leader or something like that, and he just can't take this, and he's so emotional that he can't take hearing something bad, and he has to kill somebody for it and stuff like that. Bad, that mind control. And that's how small your country is. What? Like all the thoughts that would be racing through your head where you were doing these things to people that didn't deserve it because you were military, or something like that. And then now you're starting to think about that where it's like, oh my God. And you're taught from a young age, like maybe not to even treat family like we would and stuff, and you start thinking about your family now, how they probably have them in a concentration camp, and now you're thinking, oh my, basically they brainwashed you into not even caring about family, wanting to give them up and stuff. Like, literally, this is how they do it. Like, you get up in the morning and you have to watch it, for the program. The lights and electricity shut off at night. They shut off after 9 p.m. or something like that. And then they just wake up to the TV coming on to this obnoxious programming like it's the 80s or something. Actually, the programming is actually a lot more like like a Howdy Doody time sort of thing and stuff. Not to throw shade on that, because Howdy Doody was kind of cool, but you get the point, where it was that's a bit droning, you just recognize it as sort of a bit droning after a while, where it's they're just sucked into the TV, it's just the same episode over and over and over. Yeah. That's how it is with them too. And so there's no creativity, there's no new thoughts, it's just repeat. It's cancel culture. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un's got all the cell phones, he's got all the technology, he's got the internet, he's got the latest. He does. He's loud. He knows the truth. You might watch my streams. So, that's what's sad. This is how small these people think, how they could be the revolution that changes everything. They could be remembered forever as being the guy that said, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. And maybe he could even meet with Trump. And him and Trump could actually work together. And they could, instead of spreading people apart, somehow form a coalition where they're going to sit here and now secretly work against Putin a little bit. They don't like it. but it'll help in the long run. They can maybe eventually start being friendly with South Korea, because South Korea would love that, for them to just be nice and start working with the U.S. so they can... You get what I'm saying? They would love that. And again, Trump has met with them before. I don't know that it went very well, but at least they met before. This would be a way for Trump to try, being that president that nobody, like everybody knows about him as that guy, he's the one that Putin likes and stuff. So that's why the rest of the world that's lied about over there likes him. That's the only reason. You have to understand that. They are lied to in their propaganda. Now the hackers and scammers and stuff, they know the truth. Otherwise they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. The general public, just like you guys over here, generally believes a lot of the nonsense coming out of their, like flat out, I'll read, I think it's called the New Delhi Times or something like that. New Delhi is a huge area of India, and it's all built up and stuff like that, and it's full of propaganda. And they just flat out lie about Trump and about the Russia situation. Apparently, we caused the Ukraine war. That's literally what the New Delhi Times said, that we caused the Ukraine-Russian war, even though, again, Russia just randomly attacked Ukraine. And when we were a part of NATO, we just simply aided NATO. We didn't even involve in it at all. We just gave them supplies. And then NATO, the organization they are, gave those supplies to Ukraine. We actually didn't have anything to do with it. So again, reminding you of that thing that happens overseas. North Korea does the same thing. North Korea has an issue where the Korean War that split them apart, they blame that on us. They fool their people into thinking we're barbaric. We caused that, to be scared of us and stuff like that. That's what they teach them. So, where I'm like yelling on stream and then my bitrate shifts around? There's a real good chance that, they're just trying to take little snippets of me and other Americans and stuff like that and use it as psychological warfare in their programming, to continue to convince their people that Americans are mean. And, that's why originally a long time ago it was like, this is North Korea, that's who this is. Because, any one of those countries that peddles that nonsense, it could be them, that's the point. There's worse totalitarian societies than North Korea. North Korea isn't even the worst one. No, like North Korea, you can visit and they'll actually let you, you won't get captured or they actually have a fairly decent relationship with the United States. Regardless of whether the government we consider an enemy, we don't, we're not fighting with them or anything, but you can visit North Korea. You can. Just like you can visit Russia. Well, not right now, but you could. But it doesn't mean they're not our enemy. The government is still our enemy. Because of Putin. Because of Kim Jong-un. Because of their dictatorship. Because they lie to their people about us. Do you get that? Putin assassinates his own people that run against him in elections. He's done that for years. Go look up how long Putin's been president. That guy's been president since the 80s, right? Maybe the early 90s? He's old. That dude, he doesn't look it, does he? They keep him looking young. He's actually near the end of his life, I think. He's having a lot of health problems. And they're trying to hide it. And then all this happened with the war. So he's trying to speed up what he was trying to do. I think he's around Trump's age. Seriously, look him up. He has been president since like the 90s, at least. And it'll show. You'll see it. You'll be like, oh my God. He met with like... No, it was the 80s, right? Because I saw a picture of a meeting with George H.W., right? No. I'm going to look it up. He's been president too long. And you're talking about term limits in our government. Oh, I'm sorry. He held position of Prime Minister of Russia from 1999 to 2000. Okay, I thought it was the 90s. My fault. 25 years, though. 25 years is too long. Since 2012. Now, I'm sorry. He's been current president since 2012. He served from 2000 to 2008. Oh, they changed I think they changed the position because of the systems of government. That's probably... The AI is being really weird about this. Let me just look it up. It's giving me an AI answer. Let me just look it up. Yeah, he's been in office since 99. This guy's been rigging his own elections. Like, basically in 98, he was chief of the presidential administration. 97 to 98, he was deputy chief of the presidential administration. So that's where you can see he was rigging it. 98, 99, he was director of the Federal Security like, basically, he had all these people. This is ridiculous. He has all these things that he started doing right before he gained power. I didn't even realize that. I just know, here's the breakdown. Under Putin, I like the way it says this too. Under Putin's rule, the Russian political system has been transformed into an authoritarian dictatorship with a personality cult. His rule has been marked by endemic corruption and widespread human rights violations, including the imprisonment and suppression of political opponents, intimidation and censorship of independent media in Russia, and a lack of free and fair elections. Everything I've been saying. Russia has consistently received very low scores on Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, the Economist Democracy Index, Freedom House Freedom in the World Index, and the Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index. So there's all these different just records all over the world of him not measuring up to standards. He was born to the Soviet Union, and I knew that. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't even realize that. He was a personal cook to Joseph Stalin. I didn't even know that. Oh, I'm sorry, his grandfather. Yeah, I was going to say, would that make any sense? Because that was, like, way back. He's older than I thought. No, his grandfather. I'm sorry. So his grandfather was a personal cook of Joseph Stalin. Huh. His father was in the Soviet Navy. There it is. There it is. There it is. His father was in the Soviet Navy. So let's get the world map back up here. Look how big Russia is compared to everything else. Look at that. His father was in the Soviet Navy. Do I need to say it? So, do I need to say it? I just looked something up because, like, it took me off guard, and it takes me off guard every time I see it. And I think anybody else that can do this and deduce this, kind of, thinks the same thing. And it's not just about looks. Like, don't think that. It's not that looks. It's other things, too, okay? I think Putin's gay. I think he's always been gay. I think he's had trouble in relationships. He's tried to, like, let people not know this. You look at pictures of him from when he was younger, and it's super obvious. The dude's, like, the most awkward. And it's not that they're awkward, it's that when you're born in certain societies and stuff where they treat people differently like that, that's all I'm saying. You get what it, like our society, yeah, like obviously they look just like normal people and stuff like that, but in an oppressed society and stuff like that where that's really not allowed, suddenly those things come out and they wear them a little bit more. And there's, you know, like that's all. Like it's a matter of comparing, you know, what free speech and free thinking does for people that are able to be free about that. Putin was never able to be free about it. So, you know, like it very obviously showed when he was younger and stuff, and I can tell. Very, very easily tell. And then just now he's probably so far from, like, he's just so far, you know, like, from that. He's probably just pretending he's not and stuff. But no, I think he is. I think that's what it is. I think. And even when I ask the AI sort of almost acts defensive for Putin. like, well, hold on here. There's never been any credible proof. And then it goes on to say, but he had a wife back in 2014 and they're not married anymore. You know, like things like that. And not that like problems with people's relationships indicate that, but look at early pictures of him. Look at his mannerisms, look at again the way somebody holds themselves in a society that suppresses, oppresses this type of thinking. That's all. No, I'm not saying like anybody looks a certain way. I'm just saying that when there's oppression, people will wear those things. We know this. You know, this is what we've been talking about. We've been talking about intelligent community, bringing this out of people, you know, like from other countries and stuff. The KGB knows this. You know, he came from the KGB. I think he's gay. I think this guy sat here and rigged his elections and did everything he did forever just to hide that he was gay. Because that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, all the other stuff doesn't make sense. You know, that's a human, that makes sense. That's what, I mean, Trump's doing it to our country, except it's not to hide that he's gay, it's to hide the other thing we're finding out about. You know, he's trying to be president forever. So, in their society where it's... yeah, they do not like gay people, trust me. Now, the current Russia is probably very supportive of that type of thinking. Current Russians. Talk about Soviet Union era Russia. Oh, hell no! And that's what he grew up in. And that's what he stands for. Can I remind you that before all this happened, before Trump, other presidents have worked well with Putin, have been able to tame him, so to speak, keep him happy. Why can't Trump? So this is, I'm going to show you an image here. This is not AI. This is a real image of Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush with Putin and his ex-wife at Boris Yeltsin's funeral in 2007. And that picture speaks volumes for where we are today. We see two U.S. presidents standing on Russian soil, right? I'm assuming this is in Russia. I don't actually know. I'm assuming the funeral of Boris Yeltsin is in Russia, I'm assuming. And I do think that Putin liked, they were good friends, I think. So that was important to him. They were there. What is Trump doing? Is he working with them? Or are they pretending to be all buddy-buddy? Because it's actually the opposite, like everything I've always told you it is with Trump. Doesn't mean you should side with Russia or Putin in the Ukraine situation. However, it does mean Trump possibly caused that. Because this is what I always saw. And that's a very... I mean, when you see that and you just go, wow, there they are. 2 presidents. And 1 Republican and 1 Democrat, right? Yeah, right? Because George H.W. was Republican, right? So 1 Republican and 1 Democrat. Standing behind Vladimir Putin. Okay? So, how many times can we take a trip down memory lane? Like with John McCain earlier? Where he could stand there and give a wonderful concession speech, speak volumes about his opponent winning and Obama in general, and show the true measure of a man. Or you can be like Trump, and just every single time you lose, you just can't stand it, and you didn't lose. Nope, that was fake news. So, this should speak volumes. This picture should remind you, of what we used to be. Where you can clearly see 2 presidents supporting even the Russian president of our own. And they came together to do it. And this was right before Obama got elected. So, I'll remind you of what September 11th did to this country. How we all came together. And how we don't need another massive terrorist attack to do that again. We don't need another war to do it again. In fact, if a terrorist attack massively happened again, I think it would do the opposite. Because people are so crazy. Instead of recognizing that we could come together like we did after September 11th and do something about it. And it really is a shame that it took until Obama to take care of Osama bin Laden. So, this, yeah, I just, even, again, like, just the sheer impact of what this image means versus now. Here, let me do something here. Let me show you what I mean by that. Okay. So this is what we used to have. Togetherness, supporting each other. We almost had world peace. this close. And then this happened. There it is. There he is. Shall we see it again? Let's see that again. Right there it is. See his hand? What's Trump doing there? Is that a world leader? That Trump is touching on the arm and shoving out of the way. A world... And again, he would expect that much respect in kind. Yet he grabs his arm and shoves him to the side to stand in the front for the pictures. And look at this guy's face. Do you see Trump's face there too? He's like, me. He like had his chin all up. That's how he looks all the time. He looks like this. Let's see that again. Should we do it in slow motion? Let's see it in slow motion. We'll watch it in like half speed. We'll watch it in like half speed. Here we go. Shove. Look, look, look. You see it? You see the entitlement. You see his look there. I am here. Photograph me instead. Look, 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 look. Ready? Ready? He realizes he's not in front anymore. Shove. Shove. You see this? So let's play at normal speed again. Now remember, the point is, this is what we had. This is what we came from. Two presidents that could work together and support Vladimir Putin when he lost somebody by showing up to a funeral and showing us that. Showing us togetherness, showing us that they can support him. And then this is what you get now. You get this. That's what he's doing. That. And that shit was 8 years ago. Yep. That was 8 years ago. He could have fixed that behavior how long ago? He could have showed up to the United Nations. Do you remember his embarrassing speech at the United Nations? Do you remember this? Because I do. He showed up late. He was like a half an hour late or something like that. He made him sit there and wait as if it was like a Trump rally or something. He comes out. Gives a speech. This is the UN. This is where they decided they weren't going to like work with this guy. Like, this is the first time they meet with him. Meanwhile, ambassadors from like South Korea and all over the world, they can respectfully meet with the UN and talk respectfully and stuff like that. They can do this just fine. But your president, my president, unfortunately too, when he shows up for the UN, he shows up a half an hour late, and then now they really want him to show that has a reason for this. Like maybe he was trying to secure some deal so he could really impress them with his presidency. He hasn't even been president that long. He hasn't really had a chance to do much. And all he does is, as soon as he gets there, he just literally does exactly what he does at his rallies. He just starts talking about how great he is, how he's already saved the country. Basically, like, taking credit for the stuff Obama had done over the past. Like, again, he'd just gotten in office. And he was doing this at a United Nations meeting. And no lie, they all audibly start laughing. I am not, like, literally just watch it. At the United Nations meeting, they just audibly just lost it. They just laughed at him because he didn't do anything. And this is what he was saying. He had just become president. Wow. Why was my bitrate shifting around just then, yet it was fine the whole rest of the stream? It was fine all the way up till now, yet as I say this, my bitrate shifts around. Are we feeling a little worried there, Trump? That I'm making a point? Yep, this is what we got now. Again, this is what we had. We had two presidents. George H.W. over here. George H.W. and Bill Clinton. They could get together in 2007 and show up for this funeral for Vladimir Putin. And you can see Putin visibly, like, yeah, I've seen grief. That's what, yeah, he ain't faking that. That's not an act. He is genuinely upset. That's not an act. And there they are, showing their respect and support too. That is the respect that we have for the rest of the world and ourselves. And this is where we are now. That's where we are now. Asshole status. Where everybody in the country acts like that. So I ask you again, do you believe me now that it's behavioral? Behavioral. It's your behavioral issues. Behavioral. Can you believe it now? Again, we had examples of great leadership, of people that supported the other world, the other countries. Even though we disagreed, we could work together, and we did. It was working. I just feel like that guy that signed up for the Russian military and stuff, he didn't see this picture. You know what I mean? Like, all the media that he watches, and he didn't see this picture. He didn't get that information. He's been lied to. He's been brainwashed. You know, the funny thing is, too, wisdom is subjective to the user. You can either accept it or reject it. You can accept that some people are wiser than you, or you can reject that. I realize that I stand on here and I look like a teenager. That's what a lot of people think. They see me from other countries too. No, this is what they think. They think I'm like early 20s, like I barely just got started and I have all these opinions. I am almost 40, dude. I am almost 40 years old. It's not something I just came to just now, or just recently. I've been realizing this for a long time. And again, this is what people's problem is, that like they can't learn something from, like, who cares if I were like 20 something or something? Like, who cares? Like, you can't learn something from that person still? Yes, you can. There's a certain type of thinking. Let me just remind you of this. The office of the President of the United States has an age requirement. Did you know that? You have to be at least 35 years of age. And I agree with this. Why is this not the requirement for voting? When the president... You see what I'm saying? When the president can't be president at... Why would you... You see what I'm saying? It's broken. That is your restriction. The same implications of requiring the president should be required sort of the citizens, but be reasonable about it. Age. High school GED equivalent of diploma. You don't need college. At least prove that you graduated. Like, things like that. That's all. Like, basic requirements where you meet a criteria. So we know you're not just going in there like, let's just troll the hell out of this. Because that's what's happening, man. I know I make goofy faces, but you have to get over that. You have to get over the fact that, you know, I get I'm a meme. Make me a meme then. Do it. It's fine. But realize that, again, just because what I'm saying looks like it's coming from somebody that's in their 20s or something like that, that's why you're not listening to it. You'd rather listen to it from Joe Rogan. It would sound accurate coming from him because he's bald. He's got darker skin, right? He's not the whitest guy on the planet, right? He looks like he's got the scruff like you do. He's real cool. This is it. This is the way you think. So you can take hearing it from him versus hearing it from me. Because I don't look like you. That's what you're doing. I promise. It's all you're doing. That's why you don't watch Colbert. That guy's funny. You don't watch him because he's clean shaved. Suddenly I have a little beard and some of y'all show up a little bit more. I wear a red shirt. And you can't piece it together. Trump does the same thing. No, I promise it's really that simple. It's not... It's that's not even brainwashing. That's just sales pitches. That's a sales technique. I understand sales and advertising. Naturally, I understand. I should have gone into it. I'd be a genius. I've seen my ideas like already used in like so many things. That's why I was like always like, ah, you took my like. It's fine, whatever. But the point is like, you know, recognize when somebody can do something, and you know, like they know what they're talking about. So when I can deduce those things, you can take what I'm saying. And again, I'm not standing here getting paid for this, man. I just care. This matters. And I've left the image on the screen on purpose. You know, the point is that matters. I think that's really important for people to see that. To see how far we've come. That was just 2007. Historically, that was not that long ago. And just to think how far we are from that. And then, again, reminding you that this is your current example of leadership. That's what your current example of leadership is. They're all walking together. He sees cameras, immediately grabs the guy's arm in front of him, shoves him out of the way, gets in front. Now, what you have to realize about this is the other leaders probably did this on purpose. And he took the bait. That's what you have to realize. That's how easy it is. They probably went back there, they're probably like, this freaking guy is all about himself. I'll bet you that if we're walking down there, by the time we get to the end, if I start walking in front of Trump, I guarantee you he's going to try to push his way into the front. I'll bet you. Bet you $100 or something like that. I'll bet you that's how this all started. And they're like, okay, let's see it happen. And then meanwhile, see this guy looking up. They're all looking around like, yep, that just happened. They look irritated. This guy looks irritated. Like, she's trying to shake his hand and he doesn't. Literally. My bad. I don't know how long that's been out. Like, she's just looking at him, like trying to shake his hand. Meanwhile, he's not giving a shit. And this is your current example of leadership. How long has that been out? This is your current example of leadership. Where, again, all this guy did is just shove a bunch of people out of the way. Just to be in the front. And this is where we came from. This is where we came from. I don't think it was out that long because I was looking at my... This is where we came from. Again, we had two great examples of leadership here. Where they are showing their support for a foreign leader that lost a friend. Showing they care. We're here for you, man. If we all just get together and work together, we're here for you. That's what they were doing with that. And then in the modern society, this is what you have. This is our leadership now. That. That. Somebody that pushes world leaders out of the way to be in the front for the picture and refuses to shake the hand with somebody extending it. Wow. Wow. So that's very important for you to remember where we are. To have come from this in 2007. George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton supporting Vladimir Putin in if you go to a funeral, sit a few, whatever. Togetherness. The point is together, just promoting being there, like, there, clearly there. And instead of that, this is what we get in the modern, and this was 8 years ago. Remember, this was 8 years ago he did this. Shove. Fix his suit. Look at him. Look at him. Nobody else is standing like that. Nobody. Nobody else looks like that right now. Look at her. Look at her face. Like they're trying to have fun with it a little bit. Nobody likes him. Nobody. He is annoying. He's the guy that you don't invite to the party. He's the guy that forces his way into the party anyway and then ruins it. Because he's annoying. So this is the point. We came from that. To this. That's your example. Oh yeah, let me not shake your hand. I mean, maybe she wasn't trying to shake his hand. I don't know. It looked like it. But regardless, he still shoved somebody out of the way, gotten in front, and fixed his suit. What would have been great is if he did that and it was actually a joke, and he laughed about it, but then moved the other guy back next to him. That would have been bravo. He could have backpedaled, fixed it. Didn't do that. Did not realize his mistake. Look how steadfast his face is. Look how proud of himself he is, even though, again, he looks pretty irritated. So that's the point. He doesn't care that he just shoved somebody out of the way. He's going to stand there with his hands crossed, and everybody else is going to be like, did that just happen? See how they're all looking at him? Like he's now the center of attention. Okay? So you see what I'm saying? They're talking. Oh, let me shove so I can look more important. Oh my god. Let me look important. That's our leadership now. And this is what we came from. Hands at their backs, standing behind Putin, trusting everybody, being respectful, as a president should. It's called bravery. Donald Trump shows up looking like that because he's scared. Yeah. He's like acting like Mr. Macho and stuff to get rid of his scared. Yeah. He is literally so nervous here. You can just see he's wearing it right on his face. So he acts all macho and tough. That's what he's doing. He's scared. So he acts macho and tough. Why is he scared? Why does he look like that? Why does everybody else have like a smile on and they're getting along and Trump's being a jackass? Look at his face. Look at everybody else's face except the guy looks like a freaking Secret Service agent. Look at everybody else's face. Meanwhile, look at his. And this is where we came from. Years before that. An example of, again, our leadership going to a funeral, Boris Yeltsin's funeral, with Vladimir Putin, standing behind Vladimir Putin, of all people, with their hands at their backs, showing resignation to the respect of his presidency. They're not there to screw around or try to do anything, and they're putting their hands behind their backs to show his Secret Service. They're not there for that. Yet Trump goes there and does that stupid shit. And you don't think that that has something to do with all those countries and how they feel about us? Yeah. He's touching, like, people's arms and hands and stuff of, like a prince that has never been touched by, like, anybody. You have a problem, dude, when you don't respect that. You don't understand that. You have a problem. And then he tries to sit here and make himself a king. All conceivingly after that happens, too. And again, the point is, this is behavioral. You can easily recognize it. This is what we have. Togetherness. Supporting each other. Especially in times like that where, you know, we might not always agree on things with Russia and stuff like that, but when Putin came into power and stuff, the whole point was to try to work with him, to show him democracy means something. Meanwhile, none of that's there anymore, and Trump's an idiot. He don't want to work with him. So this is the point. Trump just wants to not work with anybody, do things his own way. He does not support this. So what does Vladimir Putin do? Oh, well, all right, I'll just restart the Soviet Union and do whatever I want then. Okay, see you. Because working with me was stopping me from doing that. Okay, see you, bye. And that's what really happened. Meanwhile, my bit rate is shifted around all over the place as soon as I say this. That's what really happened. Yeah, it wasn't shifted around until I said that. Because you can see this. You can see the leadership we have. You can see the Democrats and Republicans coming together, as they always did, to concede elections, to admit they lost, to debate, to win, to lose, to recognize when our friends, people, need our help. Because people are our friends. And so is Russia. The whole point is that their government, their current way of thinking invading Soviet Union. That's not our friend. Now, that's communism. And the whole point was to try to support and show Putin why you don't do that. It doesn't work. And he was sort of agreeing for a long time, I think. Because we saw shit like this. Where, yeah, like, we could find a way to coexist. And we were almost there with Russia. Remember? We even made a movie where in the movie, the Kremlin was bombed. And yeah, like, they probably cared about that, but the whole point was we were able to do that in a movie without ticking off too many people, right? Very successful and all that. Yeah, the whole point is that, like, even he was starting to see, I think, kind of merit and culture and stuff, and that's what you want. You want communism. You want these communists to recognize the merit in your culture, in the ability to be artistic. My bit rate is shifting around maliciously as I say this. Very maliciously, almost next to nothing, so they're trying to break up what I'm saying. So I'll say it again. Because it's probably Russia. They are trying to break up and cancel culture. And they're shifting my bitrate around very maliciously as I say this. Because even Putin, I think, was starting to recognize that culture wins. You know, even Kim Jong-un has his favorite K-pop group. Even Kim Jong-un has his favorite basketball player. Is Dennis Rodman. And that's okay. You know, the point is to support each other. Remember when Dennis Rodman was going over there, like, regularly? Remember that? Because they were actually friends. He said that. He said, no, like, really? Like, he's like a friend. Really? That's so cool. I would love to have seen a future where we could have been friends with Vlad. I would have loved to see an interview with Vladimir Putin where he's finally sitting there going, yeah, you know, maybe that whole Soviet Union thing I'm seeing now wasn't such a good idea, or something like that, where you could come to the realization and we all get this epic viral video of Putin sitting there admitting it. But he'll never do that now. Now he's doubled down. Now we'll never see that. Because of Trump. Don't you see there's only one person stopping world peace? Don't you see? You have to. Even all these other countries that were doing missile strikes and stuff like that, they weren't doing anything. They were just defending themselves and doing tests and doing everything they always did. Donald Trump? No, he's too busy pushing world leaders out of the way when he goes over there. And meanwhile, this is what we came from. This is not AI for those just joining us. This is an actual picture of good men that served our country as presidents. Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush standing behind President Vladimir Putin. respecting his privacy, hands behind their backs, respecting, not talking, not appearing to be in otherwise in any way engaged, except by paying attention to the funeral. George H.W. looks like he's old and having trouble standing there, but he's doing it anyway, so he's focusing and closing his eyes. Like he's like trying really hard to stand up and like just deal with it out of effort for Putin. That's called representing America. That's what we stand for. Not, and I repeat, not whatever the hell this is. That is not what we stand for. That is a very small portion of our people. That is not the majority here. The majority didn't vote. That is not what we stand for. We do not push leaders out of the way. This is Donald Trump shoving world leaders out of the way to get in the front. Oh, fix his suit, head up. Trump 2028, you just got blocked for supporting treason. Trump 2028, you just got blocked for supporting treason. It's treasonous to run a third time. That's a coup d'etat. That's exactly what Putin has done to his entire government. That guy's been president again. We just talked about it earlier. He's been president since the 90s. He's been president for 25 years. Should never do that. That's disgusting. He's had... This man right here, Vladimir Putin, has assassinated people that were going to run against him. This man right here, Vladimir Putin, assassinated people that ran against him so that they couldn't win. He has been president for 25 years. And I'll remind you that he is randomly invading another country while having the largest geographical space of any country on the planet. Unprovoked. That's propaganda. And meanwhile, this is where we came from. Where before Trump, before this disgusting man with orange on his face was shoving people out of the way, a guy that doesn't even look normal, doesn't stand, when he was caught standing from the side like this, he had that picture, like it looked so obvious, belly sticking out. He had that removed from the internet. He hated that. It's like, come on. Can't take a loss with anything? That guy's your president. Yeah, he can't even, this guy can't even stand here and walk normally with world leaders without shoving people out of the way. That's the guy that is literally, look at that. That's disgusting. That behavior is disgusting. He just grabs a world leader's arm, shoves him out of the way. That's not what we stand for here in America. We don't stand for that. No. This is what we stand for. This. Hold on. Hang on. I got it. Okay. This is what we stand for. This is what we stand for. This. Kitty Power says we are praying for our nation. We need God's grace and strength to stand up to the evil taking place today. Thank you. I agree. This is what Obama stood for. This is eye-opening, is it not? What is happening on our fucking streets today? Excuse me for swearing, but I feel it's necessary to get it across to the jerks that are just coming in chat and trying to throw shade on this. Trying to throw shade on anything they can that is opposite of us coming together. This is what we stand for. This is what we've always stood for, excuse me. And yet today we have propaganda recording all these mass protests on the streets, looting, destroying. You have streamers showing cars being destroyed and vandalized, cop cars, and really, really exaggerating this crap. Meanwhile, Obama and the Democrats never stood for this crap. And you're calling that wokeness? No, I'd call that doing it right. I'd call that getting control of you jackasses that do all of that. Excuse me for pointing the finger, but you're the ones that are kind of doing that. Meanwhile, this is what happened when we supported Obama. And again, I'll remind you, I don't pick a side. I started this, preface this stream, talking about how I love John McCain. And I miss a good Republican candidate that I can get behind some conservative value. That's conservatism. That. Not people in the streets holding up signs that need to tell you that laws are being broken, that people are literally just being scooped up and put in camps like Nazi Germany. That's what Obama's America looked like. Why on earth would you ever come in here where I'm promoting togetherness? You see all these people marching together, and then you actually have the audacity to come in here and say, woke, wake up, that bullshits. And that's literally what you said. You can't even type a coherent sentence. Again, it's not coming from valid sources. Nobody saying this, I think, is either educated or even, like, American. It's so many people coming from other countries trying to peddle this nonsense. These war game nonsense things. And again, this is always what we stood for in this country. Colin Fletcher, because he's a troll. Well, yeah. I'll give you that. It really is a shame that things are the way they are because of Trump. But again, I want to remind you of what true conservatism is. It looks like this. We started this stream with defining the word conservatism. Allow us to do it again. And we're just going to do this with a Google search again. Conservative, adverse to change or innovation or holding traditional values. We defined it, traditional values. We defined the second part of this in political context, favoring free enterprise, private ownership, and socially traditional ideas. That. Not lying about doing that while you're doing the opposite. Why isn't that happening then? Why is he acting like a dictator and instead doing military marches? And then the Marines are called to the Democrat states, so it looks bad. Why are all these Democrats fleeing their states so that they can prevent the GOP from redoing the districts to make the state more democratic to rig the election? Why are they having to show you that they're heroes by literally taking control of something you can't understand? Why are they? Why is this all happening? Because again, Donald Trump made himself a king in a democracy where we have checks and balances, and now nobody else, because again, the Republican-controlled House literally gave him power. All their power. And so they're trying to make sure that power maintains. It is not against conservative values to vote for a Democrat. It's not. As long as they support those values. And they have been. That's what it looks like. It looks like winning with a landslide 2 times. It looks like record job growth that Trump tries to take credit for. It looks like entire economic stimulus organizations that Donald Trump single-handedly signs executive orders that remove them when he comes in office so that that guy don't look as good. Meanwhile, it just hurts you. It sure as hell doesn't look like defunding the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Education. It sure as heck doesn't look like that. That is not conservative. I don't know why you think anything that Donald Trump is doing is conservative when everything's a lie. I've really, for the life of me, have no freaking clue. That's conservative. That's a support of traditional values, bringing people together. You see people coming in here before, not you, Kitty Power. Let me read this for you. We all need to be awake to the truth. No more lies and excuses. Wake up, America. We all need each other. Yeah. So, again, part of the agenda of pushing wake and wokeness, like, that's been ruined for a lot of people. So it's going to sound very cringe to them. Pushing this agenda any longer is hurting your base. Stop doing it. If Democrats want to continue winning, stop pushing the woke agenda. It's lost. It's gone. It's a meme. It's hated. You push that, it'll further end you. I just, again, that is losing people. Stop with the whole you need to wake up sort of thing. No, like this is flat out. Nobody needs to do anything. They realize it already. There's no wokeness. They know it. It's on purpose. They know they're wrong. I promise. They know it. A lot of them. They're using it. That's what you need to recognize. People really aren't that ignorant. You need to recognize when behavioral issues are like adults wanting to break laws and drive around like crazy, and they have a president that says stop the steal and tells them to go storm the Capitol. They do it, even though that's incredibly illegal. Why? Why would they do that? Well, because they wanted, the president told them they could. Yet they have a duty to understand whether that's legal or not. So, you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I guess if an idiot tells you to go do something and you do it, what does that make you? I mean, like, I just don't, like again, like, these folks aren't that idiotic. They want to harm others. They are racist. Recognize it. That's the whole point of this. Whole point of this is it's racist. The wall on the border of Texas and Mexico, I already started this with, that thing takes 2,000 miles across the border. So you're going to build a concrete wall 2,000 miles. Again, that is further than from here to Florida. If I took a wall and spanned it, like imagine if you spanned a wall from the East Coast, from Pennsylvania to Florida. That's what we're talking about. A structure that large. This is what people can't rationalize. No, they can. No, they can. It's racist. No, they're simple things. They just get you to, no, it's fine. It's all fine. It's Mexico's gonna, oh, no, it's fine. That's fake news. No, it's racist. It's on purpose. It's a choice. I personally believe people that are like streamers and stuff like this, a lot of them, they do use this. They do know. Meanwhile, I'm on here telling you the honest to God truth, and I'm getting further pushed down for it. I'm not making anything off this. They're trying to cancel me. And meanwhile, they're just making all this money talking about Trump and stuff like that. Colin Fletcher says the right is a gullible mess. The rich perpetuate a villainization of the marginalized through the media to scapegoat their greed, and the right just eats it up. That's a very informed way to put that. Yeah, that's the problem with the right. Yeah. Now again, I don't pick sides either, but he's correct. That is a correct statement. The left has problems too. I'm not sitting here saying Democrats are perfect. But as far as like Democratic presidents lately, the Democratic presidents lately have been like this, conservative, successful. Right. So, like, basically, to explain what he's saying there, it's a very intelligent summary of what we're saying. Basically, Donald Trump is rich, and so are the people that work with him. And they kind of know what's going on, where they're like forcing all these big organizations to get together and be all bundled together and stuff like that. Whereas conservatism and true conservatism would be separating them and making sure the monopolies don't exist, so that way you can have private companies and free enterprise and stuff like that side by side. Otherwise, it's literally just corporate. Capitalism wins, and literally you just have endless, exactly what he's saying, where you can get, where you just have all these rich people ganging up and realizing they can make tons more money off of the fact that most people have no clue what's going on. They have the slightest clue. Thank you, Colin Fletcher. For example, a great example of that is sugar. Great example. Sugar. White cane sugar. Now, by itself, oh, whatever. You know, like regular, normal cane sugar looks brown. So why is every bag of sugar I buy white? And then, like, sugar's in everything. They just load it up with like just everything. They want you to have as much as possible and stuff like this. It's very bad for you. Yet it's in everything. Sugar is a drug. A doctor would probably agree with me. That isn't grabbed by propaganda, a more science-driven doctor would probably agree with me. Sugar's a drug because, again, it doesn't serve a purpose. What do you need it for? Natural sugars come from fruit and stuff like that. So why do we, again, and why is our sugar white? Well, we know sugar's brown. I have talked about this before. And I had showed you, I was like, go buy this stuff. This is the organic, pure cane sugar. And look, it's brown. Sugar ain't supposed to be white. It's just like white bread. Flour ain't white. So why are they bleaching flour? Because it's an old, archaic means where a long time ago, people were fooled. They actually thought, originally, that when flour first came out and they were making stuff with it, it made stuff unappealing. So they would bleach it white because it would just make it white and make it look nice and stuff like that, and they didn't realize it was harmful. And people actually agreed with that. They wanted that. Because the point is, everybody was complaining about it, so the government just went, well, all right, we're just going to lie to them and give them something harmful. This is what's been happening to our country. Obama calls this out. Obama actually did things to help this. In our country, when I remember, like, for the longest time, everything was corn. I swear to God, everything was corn. I swear to God. I literally was raised, like, I was going around looking at everything. As soon as he called this out, I was like, I had no idea. I was like, are you kidding? I was looking at packets of Kool-Aid. I'm not making this up. One of the ingredients was processed corn product. Yeah, like, it was literally everything. It was chicken nuggets. It was ketchup. It was Kool-Aid. They were actually sitting here making fake things with corn. She's eating corn all the time. Do you understand that as a doctor, that means you're being poisoned? But just really slowly? You know that's what that means, right? That's what that means. Yeah, you can't eat just one. That's poison. Food is poison. It's waste. It's just that you need energy. So, like, you have to balance what you eat because it's poison. Like, this is the point. Like, people don't, regularly get that high level of science, I guess. So most people aren't going to understand that that's how it works. But yeah, and if everything you're eating just has, like, the first ingredient is either high fructose corn syrup, which is what's happening now. Corn, again. But also fructose. Or a processed corn product, which is this. How many of you sit here and you go to the store and instead of looking at the back of the cheese, you just grab the cheese and throw it in the cart? Don't do it. Just go to your fridge right now. How many of you don't know? In your fridge right now, if you have the singles, the singles that are like individually wrapped, that is processed cheese product. It's goo. It ain't cheese, man. There ain't nothing about that ain't cheese at all. That is processed cheese product. It says it right on there. Obama made sure these things were labeled because they used to just get away with it. Oh, yeah. So the whole point is we had, like, the USDA and all these organizations just doing nothing for X amount of time. And you're like, I wonder who that was. So Obama comes in and fixes that stuff, gets it to properly label stuff, has this under his, his wing. And so Trump tries to come in and take credit for everything Obama did, of course, But like, that's the point. Like, that's what you need to realize. And yeah, you can look at that. Where, like, there's very rarely, I actually have trouble with this. Some stores I go to, they don't have real cheese. And I won't buy. Now? Oh, hell. And that's why, like, if you notice, he said something recently about ketchup where, like, people need to grow out of that. Like, at a certain age, you grow out of ketchup. Well... I don't blame him for saying that, because ketchup's sugar, man. Like, I'll admit it, I like it too. It's sugar. It ain't tomatoes. Nah, it's really not. That's sugar, man. That's corn syrup. So, your brain isn't evolving like it should. You are being droned on a federal level. And the question is, by who? And everybody, conspiracy, thinks it's the Democrats, but again, that's what the Democrats look like. That's real conservatism. Remember, everything's the opposite. Literally, Trump has fooled you all. It's literally been the Republicans the whole time. And they were getting unsuccessful. They were getting crappy at it. Not McCain. McCain was a good one. But, like, some of them. And so Trump just comes along and says, hold my beer. Except, now, like, they realize what a danger that was. Letting him, because, again, there's no checks and balances with him. He's right even when he's not. So, anyway, the point is that, just as I said earlier, that's what true conservatism looks like. That's a respect of people's rights. And ever since I've been doing this, and the jerks in the Trump administration that are moving my bitrate around and have been following this, have been shifting my bitrate around ever since this was on the screen. I was getting like 30 plus concurrents. That's why it went down to 5. Yeah, they've been shifting it around like effing crazy when I put this on the screen. And remember, it was like a huge interject. It was like 30 some. Yeah, all of a sudden, they're shifting that bit rate around. Remember what I said in the last stream? As soon as they did that, we were getting all these concurrents in that last stream where we talked about stuff too. As soon as they did that, for 40 minutes, we proceeded to get 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. And conveniently, you can clearly see we do not get that as a regular. Oh no, we get regular traffic just fine. Yet conveniently, as they remove the bitrate around all over the place, that traffic goes through single digits, which I've always said, and should be double. We see 20 some concurrents in here all at once, and it just plummets down to single digits. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put that together. So yeah, that's a good. I like the mention. I appreciate it. Or even his tax cuts that he's now passed in 2 different administrations, and lower class right still thinks it's good for them. Yeah, so the tax cut wasn't for you, it was for the rich. Again, he didn't cut yours. The middle class's taxes went up. And the tax plan under the Biden administration was actually Trump's. That's why you thought it was Biden, but again, that was just Trump's tax plan that just continued into that administration. And he did the same thing again with the huge, disgusting bill, and is going to add like $3.5 trillion to the debt, I think. Something like that is what they said. So yeah, absolutely right on the money. That's exactly what's going to happen. So it's like everybody predicts these things, everybody can predict them, and then they just happen. And then MAGA's like, oh, it's the Democrats. How is it the Democrats when we predicted exactly how it was going to happen? No, it's who we said it is, because that's how we predicted it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. What? So they just don't realize what they're talking about. So that's what true conservatism looks like. That's what Obama did for this country. Good for him. Can I ask you guys a question? I'm gonna be honest with you. How many out there right now are thinking to yourself, because you vote for Trump, you're thinking to yourself, any reason to discredit this guy? Any reason at all. You can't just accept it. So what you're thinking to yourself is, ugh, pretty easy for an African American to support Black Lives Matter. That's what you're saying, right? You're saying that, right? You're thinking that to yourself, right? It's actually not true, actually. It's completely false. That is actually really, really... Like, he had to make a decision. And it wouldn't have been easy. No, like, he's going to say it's an easy one. But let's be honest with you, it's not. Because he has to consider what it's going to do to everybody. Because he knows that he has a lot of votes. And he has to consider that. But he does it anyway. No, he does consider that. His advisors tell him that, other people tell him that. It would be considered. Yet he does it anyway. That's what you do. He was a bipartisan president who worked very well with Democrats and Republicans. So again, yeah. And you saw how he did not shy away from showing his true colors, where he is still going to support what's right. Anytime you sit here and you can directly compare, all you get is a giant list of all the accomplishments the Democrats did. And then there's nothing that Trump did. Literally nothing. Literally. He did nothing. Nothing. There's nothing he has accomplished. He's literally accomplished nothing. All this talk, all he's ever done is cause war, division, spend money, lie. He has done nothing as president, both times. So I'll ask you again, when you see this, and all his accomplishments, and what Biden could do with only one term. And Trump was trying to take credit for stuff Biden did too. He tried to take credit for the ceasefire, all the jobs and job growth that was created under Biden that continued into Trump's administration, that he got the benefits of that. You sit here lying to yourselves. By the way, my bitrate has been shifting around still. They're trying to convince you there's single digits in here. They're very ever so slightly shifting it around so it's not as noticeable. No, I can still see it. No, I see it shifting around. Again, this is Donald Trump. We've talked about how Donald Trump literally just spies on citizens, and he's been screwing around. He literally has the FBI in his pocket. And he's been trying to cancel me. Everything I said during the election, too. Literally, I was warning you about this guy. I predicted everything. And they were abruptly ending streams, shifting the bitrate around maliciously all over the place, conveniently, as I'm saying things about Trump that warn you and stuff like that. Things that are logical. I'm debating both Republicans and Democrats and stuff like that. I'm literally showing that I can debate without being mean and stuff like that. And meanwhile, they do so many malicious things to get responses and get people to think certain things and stuff like that. Which is exactly how the FBI has conducted their business in public before. We know that the FBI has been involved in the assassination of Martin Luther King. We know the FBI was involved in the assassination of plenty of people in the past. We know that the FBI has been involved in trying to get people unalived. We know that the FBI has absolutely been involved in manipulating MAGA to do this very thing. So I'll ask Trump again, who he thinks tried to assassinate him. And again, both people were, again, Americans that didn't like him. Again, FBI. Moron. When are you going to start taking the advice from people that are trying to help you and give you advice? Moron. Dude that is such an idiot He paints his face orange, thinking people will like that more, instead of being honest about the color of his skin. Like, literally nobody's ever seen his normal freaking face. They don't know how old he looks, how decrepit he looks, how white he looks. His face is just permanently orange. Do I do that? Do I get in front of you guys and give you a facade every day? Lying to you? Do I do this? Do I feel the need to feel so compelled to lie about the way my face looks? I don't give a... Nah. Nope. Yet he does. Cheats at golf. Lies about his inauguration crowd. Remember when he was tweeting the pictures from Obama's inauguration crowd? And saying they were his? He lied. He literally tweeted Obama's inauguration crowd saying it was his. That's how petty this guy is. And he's trying to take credit for things Obama did. He's literally jealous. Remember all the times I said that the person that they were was doing what they were doing to my content seemed like a jealous, like literally it all just seemed based on jealousy? How many times did I say this? Like, it just seemed like that. Like, the person doing this was doing it for jealous reasons. Like, everybody's hating them. So, therefore, he's going to sit here and cause problems for people that everybody's liking or everybody's agreeing with or something like that that's anti-him. So that way he can feel better about himself. Oh, what does that remind you of? What does that remind you of? Does that sort of remind you of this? Yep. Yep, that's exactly what that reminds me of. Yep, yeah. That disgusting behavior. Where we shove people. And feel proud about it. Look at his face. Look how proud he is that he shoved that person. Wow. That's disgusting. That's what leadership looks like to me. That's what conservative values look like to me. Why are you shifting my bitrate around as I say this? Because you know I would get concurrence? Yes. And I will hold the person accountable for this. Accountable. Yeah, you will have a lawsuit to deal with for defamation of character and harassment. You will. So again, if you're Donald Trump, you better watch out, bitch. Because you're going to have a serious, massive amount of lawsuits already. So again, if you're literally just Donald Trump doing this, you better watch out, bitch. Because you're not going to sit here and intimidate me, you bitch. You're just a bitch. This is what a bitch looks like to me. This is what a bitch looks like. That's a little bitch that does something like that. That's a scared little bitch. That's what that looks like to me. That doesn't look like leadership. That looks like a scared little bitch. That's leadership. That man right there. That's what it looks like. And then we shift the bitrate around. And then the bitrate shifts. And then you see the concurrent stay. Say, you see it. You see the lie. And then you see it gain one after the fact, as if it would have had they not done that. So yeah, YouTube's algorithm would have trended my stream right as I said those things, and all the other things that these pieces of garbage have done to harass, stalk, and intimidate my entire family and destroy Americans. They're literally just trying to live. So again, Donald Trump is just going to have a massive lawsuit when we find out it's him. That's it. That's all that's going to happen. Because again, he don't even understand the path that he took with this. Even the president of the United States, he doesn't understand. He really doesn't. He does not understand. Obama would get it. He would understand what I'm saying. Trump, he doesn't get it. He has no idea what he did with all this. He really doesn't get it. Yeah, like, people are... This is the point. Like, he's starting to show... Like, everything's starting to kind of show how racist all this is. And the point is that... the base is gonna... That's the point. The base is the same way. So the moment that they start seeing it happening to a white person... Just like the Texas guy we talked about, where he was detained and they were gonna deport him anyway. Remember? We discussed that. How the ICE agents literally stood there and talked about deporting him anyway, even though, again, this guy was a literal citizen of the United States. Just from Texas. A white guy. Yeah. Yeah, you've lost them, Donald. Because they realize what you're doing now. Yeah, because even they had a racist agenda. Yeah, they just wanted all them out. But now, you showed them that you're not even... It's not even for racism. It's just for your own... just whoever I don't agree with. And people are starting to realize it. And again, you shouldn't do it for racist reasons either, obviously, but we've all recognized that that's where it started, and I called that out earlier. And it's just continued. Can I ask you something? If we have all these concurrents in here, there's constantly people watching, why does YouTube say that the average view duration is 29 seconds? Well, we know it's not true. We flat out know, like Colin Fletcher has flat out been in here for how long? He chatted quite a few times, showed that he was still in the stream, and you're saying 29 seconds, YouTube. The average view is, it's just a lie. That is the Trump administration, with their tools, using the FBI to hack and lie about the watch time hours on this stream. That's the bitrate shift. They're just taking away entire viewerships, learning how to do this to other content creators and other Americans. 29 seconds is the average view duration for this entire stream. The stream's almost 4 hours. We've been going almost 4 hours. Never have I seen 0 on that counter. Maybe briefly. And we've been going 4 hours, and the average view duration YouTube is trying to say is 29 seconds. It's a complete, blatant, fucking bold-faced lie. It's a lie. 29 seconds. When you see how many views are on this stream, you're going to realize that is a lie, too. And when you see how many views are on this stream, you're going to realize why they were doing it, that we were colliding close to those triple digits. And they just started tricking the system, going, whoa, 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 this guy gets triple digits. Oh, he's going to take off. This is what they're always doing. Get your racist agenda out of here. You say something about Obama being a Muslim in my chat, saying he should be deported. You sound so stupid. That's racism. See, that's stupid to me. Anybody, like, this is what I look at. I look at it like this. I think racism is stupidity. That's actually what I think. I truthfully look at it like that. Like, this is how you can use that term. Because that's my opinion for a lot of these people that would back such a terrible man. And that's why I call them that. Because in my opinion, if you're racist, that's stupid. You are a dumb person. Because you don't understand the value. Like you can't grade people because their skin color is different. That is dumb. It's dumb. Oh, yes. Yes, there's just less of that chemical in that person's skin, so therefore I'm gonna be racist toward them. Muslim. Kick him out. It's dumb. It's dumb. You should never think that way. Why would you ever think? It's so stupid. Yet so many people do it. That's bullying. That's stupidity. That's your schoolyard thing that you didn't get over. Trump does that to you. That's how brainwashed and stupid you are. This is why I call them dumb. Not when they come in here and they, like literally, like, this is the point. They come in here looking racist, spouting racist nonsense. That's stupid to me. Yeah. There's where you're stupid. That's where I get to call you dumb. That's an eye for an eye. Because that's as credible as your bullshit. You came in here discrediting Obama because he's a Muslim that should be deported, which isn't true. So again, you have nothing credible to discredit him, just racism. That's dumb. That's stupidity. It literally means you're devoid of logic. You have nothing credible to say except to talk about some vestigial, physical thing that you can see with your eyes. A physical trait. Okay. Maybe I'm racist against, you know, rich people. I just can't stand them. Get them all out. Deport them. Get them out. The Bible, in God we trust, and the Bible, literally, Jesus teaches us you should never be rich. You should give away your riches. You should never be to the point that you have so much riches that you are considered rich. Otherwise, you should be giving that to others who need it. You should be helping, because that's what Christians do. That's called God wants you to not be rich, because rich is sin. Meanwhile, the biggest dumbass on the planet, this guy, okay, you get the point? So I could sit here and do that too. I could be like, well, no rich people. Screw them. Get them out. That's what Trump's doing to middle-class Mexicans. Because, again, they're poor. And they also happen to be Mexican. So get them out. That's what he rationalizes. That's his thought process. That's racist. Idiots. Just, again, as stupid as me saying, well, let's get that rich guy out of here. He's causing all kinds of problems. He's marrying these Russians with Russian ties. Meanwhile, this guy's getting away with all this organized crime, lying about it, pinning it on other people, getting away with it. I say deport all the fucking rich people. They're causing all the problems in our country. See how that's bad? You see how that's bad? Do you see? I can do it too. That is not right. That is not right. Deporting based on social status. It's so obvious. It's the same way a certain asshole racially profiles somebody to pull them over. Or stop and check. Which you're not allowed to do in a public space. In America. The point is, you should realize on the most basic organic level why racism is wrong. Because again, I can say the same thing about Donald Trump or the same thing about anybody else that I just don't like, that have this physical feature or this thing about them that I just don't like. No. You are the woke one. Why is my bitrate shifting around? Massively. My bitrate is massively shifting around. Massively. Very low, 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 low. Massively. Massively. FBI. Lying. Liars. FBI. Liars. The FBI is full of people lying to you right now. Committing crimes of the highest level, lying. They're criminals, and they're running the FBI. The criminals are running the FBI. The criminals are running the FBI. The criminals are running the FBI. And moving my bit rate around, shifting it all around all over the place, because I'm telling you this. And they're hot. They're covering it up for Donald Trump. Meanwhile, they're sitting here cutting up little snippets in Adobe Premiere and stuff like that of security footage. Why is my bitrate shifting around right as I say that? Because you know that would get all these people in here? Why is my bitrate shifting around right as I say that? FBI. FBI censoring people. FBI, Trump's FBI are terrorists. Trump's FBI are terrorists censoring people on YouTube. Stalking and harassing and doxing them. The FBI are terrorists on YouTube. They've been doing this a long time, and they will be prosecuted. They will be brought to justice. There's already things in play they don't know about. They don't understand. They're too stupid. So they sit here and they poke and they prod. They're trying to figure it out. And then they just look like fools, shifting my bitrate around. That's what they're doing right now. They're just shifting it around all over the place. Yep. So you will be held accountable. And I don't give a fuck what you think, FBI. You will be held accountable for illegal things on this platform. Illegal stalking and harassment of citizens. You will be held accountable. Because again, all you're doing is being little bitches. Let's sit here and do this. And then we see an interjection of 2 concurrents. You see how all that was going on? And then conveniently, as it freezes and I refresh it, the 2 concurrents that are always in here causing this shift in the stream. You see that? Okay? Notice that. Goes down to 1, sits there at that 1. And then we see the 2 shift in. It's them. They shift in and they shift out at exactly the same times. Every single time they do it. Well, it's because he's coming in with a monitoring device. Duh! And the monitoring device counts as a view. Duh! So he comes in on his device, and then the monitoring device counts as a bot because it is a bot. Yeah. And then he comes in trying to hide it. He comes in with 1 trying to hide it, shifting the bitrate around all over the place. As soon as I say that. Yeah. So, you will be prosecuted. I mean, you can sit here and you can do it, but you will be prosecuted. So it doesn't matter whether you can do it or not. The question is you shouldn't. Because the more you do it, the more we have. Idiot. And it's not just me that has it. No, it's the internet. All of the internet. Morons. So again, this is how stupid Trump's FBI is. And then you see how guilty they look. It cycles down to 1 concurrent. Remember how on that last stream, I literally had just called it out. And then they proceeded to start doing it. Yeah, it shifted around exactly like that last stream. This will be definitive absolute proof. Cycles down to 1 and 0. Definitive absolute proof. I don't see a single 0 concurrent. I'm going to screenshot this. And we're going to have that for evidence to show that the stream lost all viewership at the point at which I started blaming the FBI. And we're just going to hold on to that. Because that is absolutely condemning of the FBI. That makes them look incredibly guilty. Flat out, the very second that our stream goes down to no views, like flat out, they don't want anybody to find out that I'm saying this. That makes them look incredibly guilty. Otherwise, it just wouldn't happen. You know, like, basically, like, because if a scammer was worried about this, and they were actually doing this, as soon as I mention FBI, they're out of here. Yeah. So that's how you know it's the FBI. Because trust me, the scammer doesn't want anything to do with that. So meanwhile, they just sit here and they just keep doing it. And then you see the evidence. There's just 1 concurrent in here. Monitoring. It's a lie. There is viewership. They're just lying. And remember how I pointed out how the average view duration was a complete lie? How we've seen nothing but concurrence in the whole time? Again, the average view duration didn't change much. It's now 32 seconds from 28. It's a complete fucking fabricated bullshit lie. You know, just as I talked about earlier, I started talking about that earlier, and we saw a huge interjection of concurrence. All of a sudden, we started seeing concurrence and stuff like that, thus proving again that it does, like, literally, like, they're coming in here, and again, this is the first time where it's just 1. Just sitting there at 1. Well, that's a lie. Yep, it's not being counted. That 1 is not being counted. Yep. That is a placeholder, and it's a lie. They're hacking it. So then, again, as the bitrate shifts around, we see that same exact amount of concurrence come in the stream, where they allow 3. They just sit here and just, oh, 3. It's fake. They're just putting a number on there. So the point is to mess up the stream, to screw up the trending, so that way we don't get a certain amount of viewership. If you remember, they did this all through the channel. Remember, we called out those Last Epoch streams we did where we were playing a game called Last Epoch, and every stream we did, they almost got to 1,000. Oh, it was so close! It got to 995, 986, 97, and it just started losing 1 view each day. Just losing 1. Every day, it just started losing 1 view instead of gaining. That is a scam. And that's what's been happening every single time. And when we get closer, when we get to the thousands and stuff like that, like, you can tell they have a hard time controlling the traffic. They just can't, like, so therefore they're trying to keep it below that so they can continue lying and people don't find out about what's going on here. And the bitrate just shifted around very maliciously as I was saying all that. It's fine now. They're literally just trying to sit here and lie and hide that they're doing it. Don't worry, we have somebody poking and prodding you as well. Yeah, and we're allowed, because what you're doing is illegal. And I'd love for you to try to prove that you have legal grounds to do anything you're doing here. I'd love it. Why don't you show me the probable cause warrant for randomly screwing with and harassing a streamer talking about politics. I'd love to see that. The concurrence that you're seeing right now are being lied about. They are not being counted on the graph in YouTube. So that's why the bitrate's shifting around. They're trying to lie to YouTube's system about these views. They are lying. They are trying to remove them. So again, the graph below just says their concurrence are 0 right now. It's been just a line at 0. It hasn't done this at all. It hasn't, literally ever since that bitrate shift, maliciously, right at the end of this, right of blaming the FBI, it is a flat line at 0. Gee, I wonder if Trump's FBI is this stupid. Did I not just prove that Trump's FBI is literally this dumb? They're harassing me. They just showed how guilty they are. And I, a civilian, trapped the infinite fucking wisdom of Donald Trump's dumbass FBI. And I literally sat here and proved it. And now you start maliciously shifting around my bitrate again. Just all over the place. We weren't doing it until after that. Now it's just going around all over the place. I wonder if that deputy FBI director is literally just doing illegal shit and monitoring and spying incessantly and obsessing over every little fucking person that talks about it. I wonder. I wonder if that guy should literally just be the one that's deported. I wonder if he should be deported. Because he's terrorizing citizens. Maybe. Just maybe. There we go. And as soon as I start talking about this, I'm going to report your message too, by the way. You see how malicious this is. This has happened before where they bring up this, they intentionally bring up some sort of mental condition. And it's not really a real mental condition. They're just like trying to make fun of you and bully. The FBI has been caught doing this. And then they actually show how stupid they are. Come in my chat and do it. Like, they've already been caught. I literally showed you proof just now. I literally explained that they're not counting the views. I showed you proof. They're maliciously shifting the bitrate around as I say this. You guys know it because you're getting kicked out of the stream. You're seeing it. You're seeing the lies. You're seeing that you're coming in and the view doesn't count. You see this guy show up and blame it on some mental condition or something. Where I'm just getting harassed by the FBI, conveniently all around me, calling them out. Conveniently. Wow. And then he shows up to show you. Hope you enjoy getting reported. Have fun with that. They're maliciously shifting that bitrate around. That is all over the place. Yep. And again, them just lying. FBI. Dan Fogel. Let's look this fucker up. Because he is very triggered by people. This is what you need to realize. The FBI and police shouldn't be easy to trigger. This guy harasses and attacks people because he's this easy to trigger. That's a problem. And right here he is, maliciously shifting my bitrate around all over the place. Dan Fogel! Whatever the fuck his name is. I don't even know his name. Bongino, I'm sorry. Not Dan Fogel, Bongino, I'm sorry. I got stupid. See, I don't even know his name because, like, he hasn't even been, like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, jeez. He went to Pennsylvania University. Yeah, so this is why this guy has information on me. And this is why. He's fucking around with anybody from this state. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, the fact that you can't put this together and I have to... Like, this is ridiculous. Okay, so... Let's talk about this idiot. Because he seems real triggered by me referring to him and other FBI as stupid after trapping them in literally what they're obviously doing. So, that's interesting. That they would keep doing that after being so triggered. Hold on. So I know why. I know why. I know why he's doing this. Do you want to know why? YouTube knows why too. Because they banned him. That's why he's doing this. That's why he's jealous. Yep. So Dan Bongino got banned on YouTube. That's why he's doing this. There you go. You're welcome. Bitrate shifts around all over the place. And then you see the same stutter effect that happens when I'm streaming a game too, where it's very obvious to tell all that stuttering and all that stuff that's happened over the years is just made up by this fucking guy to discredit me and my channel, and he will face consequences. We will be suing this motherfucker. What a piece of garbage. And the thing, I stuck up for him at one point. Remember, I said I thought he was being used by Trump to do Trump's dirty work, where Trump could use him as a scapegoat. But no, it really does seems like this guy supports the January 6th bullshit and gets banned on YouTube for nonsense. Wow. Can I ask you guys a question? Do you remember how this got really aggressive, like, back in, like, March? Remember that? Remember when we started getting harassed a lot more back in March? Like, right after that, remember? You know that's when he became Deputy Director of the FBI? Huh. Wow. That's pretty fascinating. That's some fascinating stuff. Why is my bitrate shifting around, and why did two concurrents come in here instantly from basically indicating that you have trackers on me talking about, conveniently, it's happened right around when Dan Bongino became the Deputy Director of the FBI. Why would you have trackers on that? Why would you have trackers specifically on me talking about Dan Bongino becoming Director of the FBI? Deputy Director. Why? Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, this guy's all propaganda too. He's filling the FBI with it. You can read it all in Wikipedia. It's all bullshit. He's the one doing all this. It's him. Guaranteed it. He's literally making shit up about people that used to work for the FBI before. Yeah, it's just this guy. What a piece of garbage. And I'd like to point out that ever since I pointed this out, just like in the last stream, and I did in this stream, we have seen nothing for concurrence. I'm gonna go get my lawyer on the phone. I'll be back. So when I came back, to seeing that concurrent counter being stuck again. And again, like, we saw regular concurrence throughout the whole stream. And all of a sudden, again, as soon as we blame the guilty party, the bit rate gets malicious. Just as it is now. Just as this person is so triggered now. So let's explore this. Okay. You see this one concurrent, and then you see the constant shifting of the bitrate? Do you see it? Okay. This guy authored books. He's selling his books about Trump. Why the fuck? What else do you think he's doing this for? He's making money off the guy. Of course he's gonna support him. God, this is the point. It's not for anything except to literally sell some books. It's for a career move. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Let's report you. Let's go to your channel first. Let's see how ridiculous this is. Oh wow, you made this channel today. Wow. Wow, you made it today. Oh, wow. Way to come in on your channel that you've had forever and show us who you are, jackass that made it today. I wonder if you work with the FBI. Yeah, or maybe you just want us to think that so that way the FBI is so triggered to investigate us, or you know, you think this Dan guy is so triggered he would actually do something like that. You know, like, clearly it's for that. It's one or the other. You know, that's the rationalization you would draw from those conclusions. Those are the two things that you would look at for that. Literally, it's one or the other. Somebody wants us to think it's that person, or it is that person. So either way, this Dan guy is involved. So I hope you like being reported again. Person who made your account today to come in my chat and start again. We've seen no concurrence. Where did you even come from? In all the no concurrence we've seen, how long have you been in here? You just came in randomly? Oh, right, that's right. You've been coming back and forth, shifting the bitrate around, and making an account, and this is the account you were making. So that way you could come in and say stuff in the chat, because again, you're stupid, and want your opinion to be heard, your stupid opinion to be heard. No one agrees with your... Actually, most people agree with my politics. This is the common viewpoint. This is the common viewpoint. Obama was the best president. One of the best. You know, he competes with a few others. Literally, hope you love getting reported. And again, nobody believes that you're not FBI, by the way. Oh, please type the N-word, please. Please do it. Please, please, please. I hope you do. Good, we can report you. There we go. There we go. Yeah, he typed it for a second. Look, he only typed it for a second. Yeah, he's so triggered. We know who this is. This is like No Sleep. This is No Sleep Whistleblowing. That's who this person is. So again, to the actual FBI, if you want to know who this person actually is, I just triggered them. So this is the person that's been stalking me all over YouTube for a while. He's shifting the bitrate around. He's causing all these problems. So I sat here and blamed all this. Basically, the whole point is to show you what would happen. And flat out, this guy has been literally doing this forever. YouTube let him sit here and violate federal law, doxing my street address all over YouTube, all over his channel for an entire year. And all he did was change his channel name. He changed his channel name and went into hiding. Again, a stalker named No Sleep Whistleblowing is on this platform. A stalker named No Sleep Whistleblowing. You can go ahead and look up that old name. He's trying to separate himself from that. Yeah, because he used that name to sit here and dox my entire family and stalk and harass us all over this platform. And he knows that we have an investigation. And he knows that he's being investigated. So he's getting scared. So he's trying to come in here and cause a problem for anything that would give me any traction. Bitrate shifting around like crazy. So again, to the actual FBI, if you want to know who this is, No Sleep Whistleblowing, who is maliciously shifting my bitrate around just horribly right now, sat on this platform and stalked and doxed my entire family, made death threats. He sat on here and doxed my street address countless times. For literally over a year. He had it typed into the title of a video for over a year. All of this is against YouTube's policies. I have over 30 emails, probably about 40 or 50 emails between me and YouTube, showing that I have made reports to them. I have made reports to Scammer Payback, who catches people like this and scammers like this. I have made reports to the FCC, the federal agency. I have made a police report, a state police report, showing the sexual things that he was saying about family members, pretending to be them, coming in chat, harassing all these people. I have shown plenty of evidence to law enforcement and the correct people to prosecute this person correctly. So again, I'll say to the FBI that is watching, if you noticed what I did there, I'm going to go ahead and remind you that this person is intentionally getting personal because I'm talking about them. They are so triggered because they think that I am, like I'm talking to them, making... No. Again, I want to remind you that this is all for the FBI. I got you guys to see. I got the FBI to pay attention just now. So again, I really want you to see that this person is in here using real names, real citizens. He has been a danger on this platform, and all he did was went into hiding. He sat here, doxed, stalked, and harassed real people all over this platform, made death threats, all kinds of things. And then just went into hiding, took all of it down just one day, changed his name, Again, he violated copyright laws massively. He violated federal online stalking and harassment laws regularly. He violated several state laws where YouTube is located. This guy, this piece of garbage, sat here and shifted the bitrate around and has been hiding in the back. Anytime I said the bitrate shifting around, anytime that anybody had to do something because of this, you're at YouTube, you're at your job, and you have to do an IT thing or something like that to fix this bitrate, to fix this thing that I'm complaining about. This is the guy right here. The guy in chat. This is the guy. It's him right there. You want him? Go get him. And again, I'm going to continue reporting this stuff, but again, this person just is on YouTube, hiding, harassing people, stalking them, doxing their street addresses, their names, as you can see. So again, I have my lawyer on the phone. He's listening to all this, actually. I proceeded to start streaming again while leaving my lawyer on the phone so that he could hear all of this. I think it's fascinating that he started doing this. I trick him a lot. He is very easy to trick. So to the FBI, this guy's an idiot. And this is what you should realize. You know, he constantly makes these mistakes. He starts shifting the bitrate around because he thinks that oh yeah, well, I put my lawyer on. So like the whole point was to get him to think that I wasn't talking to somebody. I've done this before, where I pretended to forget about somebody that was on the phone. It was on purpose. So again, to show the lawyer, to show anybody watching too, what happens when he thinks, you know, it's not going to happen or something. He just shows back up again because he thinks there's no consequence and starts harassing, stalking, illegal shit. Meanwhile, this gets people killed. You know, he's stalking and doxing a 70-plus-year-old woman. That's extremely dangerous. He's doing it to many, many other people, too. Real names, real faces, real identities. Not just me. That's disgusting. And then meanwhile, shows up right as I'm conveniently pointing out that we lose all of our viewership as he's doing this. As he gets to a certain point in the stream, he becomes so triggered, showing how much of a terrorist he is. He starts fucking around with my streams. Because I'm making good points about Obama. I'm making good points about this and that. Oh, and he gets scared. You see how he just deleted the messages? Right as I pointed out that he is committing acts of terror. He knows it. He knows how scared he is. He knows he has committed acts of terror. That is guilt right there. That's what it is. Starts deleting messages. Didn't delete them. You saw it right there. I called him out as a terrorist and bam, message deleted. Bam, message deleted. The fuck out of my chat, you stupid fucking terrorist. And that's how you know. So many times he's done that shit and showed how fucking guilty he is. He knows he's committing acts of terror. He shows up conveniently to do this, to move my bitrate around, to silence what I'm saying conveniently around election time so that you don't hear it. That is an act of terror. He absolutely ended my stream abruptly during our election time. He absolutely did this countless times. He is maliciously shifting my bitrate around right this second, right now. Shows up saying something about TDS. Anytime you've ever seen this in my chat, it is no sleep Whistleblowing. So, remember all the times a single person showed up to say this or spam it in my chat? Every single one of those, just no sleep Whistleblowing. Go back and put it on this person. I want you, again, to go back through, because I know you can look at the scripts and I know you can see that history, and I want you to see just the sheer number of times this person has come in my chat to say malicious, nasty things, and again, come in here to shift my bitrate around abruptly end my stream, dox, harass, and otherwise maliciously use this platform. He is using it for terrorist agenda. If you sit here and you abruptly end streams, which we can prove, especially streams that are political, where we're discussing this, people are realizing what I'm saying, agreeing with it, you see how many views we're getting, and then you come in to disrupt that. You are showing all of these people firsthand exactly what happened here, exactly why I have this problem on this channel. It's not a problem, it's just you. You're my problem. And you need to be taken care of because you're a terrorist. You should be deported because you are in this country. You say you're from India. No, you're not. You should be deported. You are a terrorist. Actually terrorizing people. That's what you are doing. Again, I can prove countless times you have abruptly ended the stream when we were talking political things. You have shifted the bitrate around when we were talking political things. I have emails from YouTube confirming they are not doing this. You know, if it was them, they'd be like, well, sometimes... no. No. Chew. You're a terrorist. You should be deported. You don't belong here. This is what you just harass people. So to the real FBI that's watching, there you go. I don't actually think you're stupid. I was just trying to get a reaction out of him. I hope you realize that. Yeah, because that guy sure probably doesn't care about being called stupid. Yeah, he's probably not going to be triggered by that. Trump might be, but I don't think that guy's going to be. So that's kind of the point. Like, you need to realize, like, now I'm pretty sure this guy, like that's the point. I was going to start getting to the point, and then, like, bam, you see it. So this is what this person latched onto. Remember, this person showed up before trying to convince me it was the NSA and stuff like that. Remember, he offered this. He used to say these things and try to, like, you know, spin some sort of conspiracy and stuff like that around what he was doing. So that way I would just use that. And then he could just endlessly screw with it. So, I want to remind you that that person is a terrorist. And if you are looking into this, which I know you are, obviously, he is doing those things to kick you out of the stream. Like, you see something fishy going on here, he does those things that kick you out. It ain't me. I'm just standing here. It's that guy in chat that shows up, again, saying malicious things, convenient times. You get kicked out at convenient times. Conveniently at the time where it's something you want to hear about Obama. Or something like that. And this terrorist comes in chat, this racist terrorist comes in chat to say that. That's what he is. He's just a racist. That's why he's attacking me. Because if you know anything about my family, you know the real reason he's doing this. Oh, yeah. And he is racist. And he is a terrorist. And my bitrate is shifting around right now. So because he did that, that's why I say that. Obviously, you don't need to know anything about that, but a certain stalker that I'm talking about already did that for over a year. Yeah. And remember, he was making the fake accounts on Facebook, too. Showing up on Facebook, too. Trying to pretend to be people family members and stuff like that. He's just doxing people. Why is my bitrate shifting around maliciously all over the place the very second that I say this piece of information? So YouTube, I will hold you accountable for not doing anything about this. This has now disrupted my stream a countless number of times. We will add it up. Oh, we will. But that's partially what's taking so long, is every time something new happens, we're just adding more to it, and it's more stuff that you're just letting him do that we're just going to use later against him. Just more illegal shit that you're letting this person do. Meanwhile, he's recording what I'm saying. You realize that? So I see it cycling. That cycle means he's recording what I'm saying. So YouTube is allowing a stalker named No Sleep Wiblow, who stalks and doxes and says sexual things about teenagers and young women and likes to stalk young women and is a pedo all over this platform. Yeah, this guy has like disgusting, literally disgusting shit all over his computer. He goes all over Facebook and he takes pictures of young women and stuff like that, stores it on his computer, and he looks at it and he stalks them, and he comes in my chat and he talks about them and stuff like that. He talks about young women and their, you know, like just in sexual ways in chat and stuff like that. That's what this guy does. That's what this terrorist has done in my chat. So record that. So the reason that this person does this is because it's a way for them to get me to bring up certain things. Like, they want me to bring up the stream on my phone and stuff. This person's a stalker. That's what they do. And, you know, he wants me to bring up the stream on my phone. He wants to run all these tracks. He's injecting all these things into the stream to spy on what I'm doing. And he's just sitting here doing that crap. So basically, in the first hours of the stream, we had all this evidence that, you know, we were getting plenty of views and stuff like that. Basically, this person is maliciously shifting the bitrate around, so that I can't, you know, like, essentially it's a way for me to get to close things, to, you know, essentially he doesn't want me to be able to sit here and see what he's doing to the concurrence. Lying about the concurrence. Like, he's just been doing this. And this person has been doing this behind the scenes. They sat there and they actually stole a bunch of views from me for a while, using my @name, using my images, my content. Were causing problems to cycle people into their stream. This is defamation, and it's copyright infringement. Like, there's literally so many laws this piece of garbage has broken on this platform, and he's just terrorizing me. So he is counting on Trump winning probably a third time, because he knows flat out he is in serious fucking trouble. And now my bitrate is shifting around so maliciously as I say this. Yep. So when we finish this stream, the whole point is this person is doing this so that way it doesn't get trending when we finish the stream. And they're trying to screw up the trending now. So that way, like, again, when I would finish the stream, it would just not get any other trending, any further trending and stuff like that. And that's why they come on. That's why he comes on 40-some accounts. Remember, we proved the other day, this piece of garbage uses, like, over 40-some accounts and likes the, like, he showed us. He sat there for, like, several minutes, remember? And he's done this plenty of times before, liking the stream all the way up to 40-some views and then removing it. Nobody does that. Like again, that's just one person. You can see that's one person just doing it over the course of a minute or two, and then taking them all back down again. Again, not 40+ people coming in and leaving to do that. You know, again, just one person doing that over the course of you know, X amount of time. And that's what we saw. He just keeps coming back to prove that it's him doing it, to prove that he's trolling, and that to essentially make me know that he is present and he's stalking me, essentially. I don't feel that way. I don't feel, like, violated or anything. Like, it doesn't actually bother me like that. I think that's what he thinks. I don't actually feel like that, you know, like, I don't look at it like that. So I think that like gives him some sort of, you know, like it's a gay thing. This guy has a problem. I guarantee it. And so, you know, like, he's just doing this, and it's obsessive. And so, like, I'm basically sitting here proving that he's doing this. So he just starts getting it, like, again, he's so mad, and he just can't be wrong. And so he just does it more, and he does it more, and he does it more. And meanwhile, again, as soon as, you know, like, he's in a lot of trouble. You know, it's like federal crimes. Federal, state crimes, all that stuff. And this guy's just a terrorist. So, just causes that dynamic to, you know, essentially cause the problem for the trending and stuff. Literally a terrorist. Literally a cancel culture terrorist. Just as we've been proving that these folks exist. This guy's an idiot. So he just made all these mistakes. He showed himself, and so after he showed himself, he's embarrassed by that because he's stupid. So I figured it out, and so therefore he starts doxing me because he can't be wrong. So he starts doxing me and stuff like that, and literally just pretending to be this person and that person coming in the chat, using their picture and real name and a channel name and stuff like that. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about that much of a malicious intent where that's what they're doing. And then, you know, like, the point is you see this lie where it's a further perpetuated lie of only two concurrents, where we see, you know, after all this happening, we literally see the lie. You know, the whole stream trends with double-digit concurrence, and then all of a sudden, bitrate starts shifting around all over the place, and it's just 1 and 2 and 3 concurrence, just really low single digits, just like it always is. Yep, just like it always is. Yep, and there's 31 different dislikes on this stream. He is sitting here and disliking the stream that many times. Again, I have never seen that many dislikes. Never in my life. Again, typically my streams get 100%. All of these dislikes are coming from his accounts. Every last one. I have never seen a single dislike from other people. Never. They're all just coming from him. All his channels. And you can see it. You know, like, he makes himself known. That's how stupid he is. Like, that's the point. You see that, and he shows up to take credit for it. So again, conveniently in the stream where he shows up and he's insulting me and bullying me and stuff like that. He can't win a debate, so he shows up to insult, you know, and stuff like that. And flat out, 31 dislikes conveniently on that stream. So what happened to the previous one? Where that just didn't happen until a certain point. Like, it's almost like you realized I was live or something like that. I was taking a break, and he's like, oh, he's not really taking a break, he's live. Yeah. So basically where I was able to trick, like, this is the point, like, this asshole was sitting here always trying to get me to take a break because he harasses the shit out of me 24/7. So, therefore, he needs a break. Because he just has to harass me 24/7. So, therefore, he wants me to take a break and thinks he gets a break and stuff like that. But yeah, like, that's the point. He's sitting here just continuing to harass. And ever since I said anything about FBI, like I said, that was around an hour ago. For the past hour, we have seen absolutely no concurrence that represents what the previous part of the stream was. So, remember when I was talking about the average view duration and I was proving to YouTube that's a lie? Well, he is doing that. So if that doesn't prove that this guy, like, works at Google or something like that, I don't know what does. Because, again, all I was doing was standing here proving that average view duration literally lied and said 28 seconds, even though we had always seen shitloads of concurrence in here the whole stream. And then he comes in all insulting and berating and shit like that, looking super guilty, conveniently as I'm pointing this out. And as he's fucking with all this, we see the lowest concurrent count in the whole stream, the lowest in the whole stream. Conveniently, after all this, the average view duration only went up. Amazing! Almost as if he was lying about their view duration the whole fucking stream. And then as soon as I pointed that out, holy shit, let's try to silence that so YouTube doesn't find out. Right when I point out that the concurrent counter says 0 on the graph, even though we see concurrence in here and they're lying about them, yeah, it's that guy. It's a lie. He's doing it. And that's when that happened. Conveniently then. And that's what we've seen. And again, like I said, you haven't seen any more than 3 the past however long, past hour. Conveniently, we had 21, we had 8, we had 4, we had 6, 9, 11, 13, 12. You're like, he's like, oh my God, you're trending. I gotta do something about this. So he sits here and he starts doing that. Because he knows how popular Obama is. He knows how popular it would be when Obama and I often see eye to eye on things. We line up like pretty close on a lot of stuff. And this guy comes along and conveniently is sitting here screwing that up. And he knows that. He knows it. He knows that I'm really what everybody wanted out of Trump. Everything I say, everything, the way I say it, the way I would go about it, that is what they wanted from Trump and didn't get it. You know, I can have a strong image overseas without shoving somebody out of the way. I can do that because I'm not a dumbass. So again, this is the point. And 35, again, average view duration went up since I said something, yet the concurrent counter went down. So again, more lies. That's how you know it's lie. And you see an average, like again, the 2 concurrents that are in here, it's just him and the other guy. Yep. So he works with somebody and lied about it. And they used to come in my stream all the time and cause problems for me. Yeah, it's just, that's why there's always 2. It's him and somebody else. They like work together. Yep. So that's what's happening here. And that's why there's always like that 2. But again, they're having trouble hiding their own. So, like, they're sitting here in the stream and they're able to hide other people that are coming in and stuff like that and lie about the average view duration of the numbers. But as you see, I start calling it out where it's cutting as a 0, and so he has to scramble and he's moving the bit rate around and he's trying to hide it and stuff. Meanwhile, I'm calling it out. I notice it. So this has absolutely affected my channel, and he will bear the consequences of, you know, doing this to somebody, terrorizing people, you know, because terrorism, again, all it has to be is for you to suppress my right to say what I'm saying as a citizen, to call out what the agenda is politically, that you're trying to suppress that free thought. That's all it is. And he did this so many times, ending the stream, shifting the bitrate around so you couldn't conveniently hear what I was saying right when I was making a good point, and all these people were coming in, so you'd never know what was said, stuff like that. And then we would go back and we'd look at the stream, and we'd see conveniently at very convenient times the audio is just missing in convenient sections. Every time we sit here and we call it out on YouTube where we show evidence after the fact, he starts removing views from those streams. Conveniently, those streams always get less views than every other stream. Literally, always. You can see that over the course of the channel. That would not be the case. Yeah, that would get a lot more. That would get, like, more views. Because the point is, more people would be like, holy shit, evidence, let's see what the hell that is. That's the point. And meanwhile, it gets less every single time. We showed a short about how the Riot Games client was fucking malware, was basically malware. Way back. Way long before this shit was going on. And meanwhile, this bitch that sat in here suppressed that. It got like 14 views and it was a short. My shorts used to get thousands. In like seconds. Yeah, thousands in seconds. And then he halts the views. It gets 8, I'll plate a filet mignon. I'll make a filet mignon and plate that. And it gets 8,500 views in the first frickin', like, hour. And then they just halt the views, just halt it. That's been happening throughout the whole course of my channel. Where I get all these views conveniently right as I upload something or right as I stream something, and then just no views ever after that. They just never count any views after that. Oh, just... And then, like, you don't see all the comments where I'm commenting, views have halted, views have halted, views have halted on this stream as of this comment, and then conveniently, only after the comment do you see some views suddenly get added. And it's just a few, right? Yeah, conveniently. Wow. Average view duration, 35 seconds still. Literally halting numbers lying about them. So we saw all those concurrents in here that whole time I was saying that, and they didn't affect the average view duration in a positive manner? Why not? They were in here for literally like 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a lie. So again, the majority does not like Trump. The majority can't stand him. And this is something that they are lying about and they're trying to convince the rest of the world of and stuff. It is a blatant, bold-faced lie. Donald Trump never had the numbers. Never. Hillary Clinton won the election, technically. Yeah, technically speaking, she won if you go by popular vote. The Electoral College just picked Trump. So if anything, his whole election rigged thing, Hillary should have been saying that. She's the one that conceded. Being responsible. So yeah, like this Dan Bongino guy, like as much as I don't want to sit here and like say that the FBI is this or that, like as I researched that guy, like literally nothing but propaganda. And he was like making up this story, making up this story, making up this. He's just as concerned as Trump is. Like this and this. Like it's almost like again, he did those things, and now he's worried about it happening to him. That's all I'm saying. And you know, like that's the point. Like, people that regularly talk about like Dan Bongino or like people just in general, they'll just get their bit rate shifted around, and people just, you know, just suddenly aren't in the stream anymore. Like this isn't normal. Recognize the what's happening when you see it. Recognize for the past fucking half an hour, I haven't seen a single view counted. Yet we see all those concurrence count coming in, yet I don't see a single view counted in the past half an hour. So again, the stalker that's doing all of this is lying about the views, literally making sure that they're not counted. Yeah, we see people coming in. But again, lying about the views. Who does that sound like? Remember Trump? Remember I proved that this sounds exactly like Trump. So again, Trump is going to get sued massively and face consequences for what these people are doing. Because again, it's just his agenda. It's terrorism. So again, it's literally just going to come down on Trump. It's going to come down on him, and it's going to come down then probably on these guys. Because when it comes down on him and it comes down on his administration, oh, they're just going to come after you. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then like that, and then you see the bit rate. I see the bit rate shift and an adjustment made where they start adding views now. Yeah, I see the bit rate shift around, and now I see a view has been added as the bit rate shifts around. We don't need to shift the bit rate around to add a view. That's a scammed, hacked stream. You are hacking the stream to lie about the views and the stuff that the stream should legitimately have. Liars that work at Google, that take pictures of houses conveniently around April 2025 that Google never had before. And then you're conveniently driving around taking pictures of these houses. And then meanwhile, you start doxing people. Because again, you're just an asshole that takes pictures for Google and drives around and learns everybody's address. I will see you in court. Yeah, you're going to get massively sued. Because again, all this is coming crashing down. Like, we're finding out all kinds of stuff. And meanwhile, don't forget, and for the past hour, they've been lying about the views, they've been lying about the concurrence, forcing us to talk about this, so the stream takes a different turn. So they can start lying about the rest of the streams. They don't have to, you know, YouTube will sit here and have some sort of thing where they do this to lie about the stream. Don't worry, YouTube, I'll see you in court too. And then meanwhile, they're sitting here causing the stream to not get trending, lying about the views for the past hour, literally sitting here lying for literally a half an hour about the concurrents that are coming in here, where they say there's 0, 0, 0 for a half an hour, yet we're seeing concurrence on that counter, and literally just lying about the average view duration isn't moving. It's just 35 seconds. That's a lie. It is literally a lie. I see plenty of examples on this graph where there are lines where people watched for quite a bit of time. So to lie and say that's 35 seconds, you're full of shit. That should say 2.5 minutes. Guarantee it. They're lying. They're subtracting 2 minutes from it. Guarantee it. It's a lie. Right back. 3 concurrents are counting as 2 on the graph. All these views that are coming in aren't counting, so I have to document this. Okay, how's everyone doing? So, conveniently as we come back, we have an indicator that there's a concurrent in the stream, even though, again, it said 0 for a while, right? Yeah. Now, remember how I was telling you about the stalker and stuff like that? We were talking about that. Let me tell you, as I proceeded to look up that name I told you. Now, again, he changed that name and disappeared. As I proceeded to look up that name on the YouTube app proceeded to crash and close every single solitary time. I'm making that up. Literally just happened. If this isn't proof of spying, again, every single time I simply typed "no sleep Wiblow" into the chat, it either quit the app, or as I got the search results and tried to look, it also started quitting the app. Just closing it abruptly. Interesting, isn't it? And then YouTube app tries to do an update. Yep, conveniently, right as this is happening, the YouTube app closes first, then does an update. And then it proceeds to do this. How is that not proof of everything I've said, where this piece of garbage, unupdated shit, broke Windows, caused all these problems, and is literally doing it right there, where I'm trying to literally just do a search on the YouTube app, and it's just quitting the app every time I do it. Interesting, isn't it? YouTube is lying. So when I type this into YouTube, it lies. Because I'm typing that person's channel name, and it's giving me search results that don't make any sense. It's giving me a bunch of results based on things that I watch, not results for that. Yeah, and then it just only gives me like a few, and then it just says no more results. Like literally a Black Label Society music video. Yeah, somehow that's related to No Sleep Wiblow. Huh. Yeah. Meanwhile, all the other stuff that I watch, another Black Label Society video, and then just no results. Huh. Wow. Interesting. Because again, how does that make any sense? There's not, like, anything about that person in this name or video. Like, those words don't even show up in the name, in the description. The words no or sleep or Wiblow don't show up at any point during the name or description of these videos. Yet, their results. Huh. And my bitrate shifted a little bit just then to prevent YouTube from finding out about this. So it doesn't matter whether you shift the bitrate or not. Like, literally, the lawyer knows, the investigator knows, YouTube knows, everybody knows. The shift of the bitrate is literally completely absurd, and it's just to affect my channel. It's literally, at this point, just a way to make sure that my channel never grows the way it should. Lying about the average view duration. Unbelievable. So, again, as I did searches for that name, the app closed several times, many times, more than several. It was like 6 or 7, 8 times. I was sitting there seeing if it would just keep closing. Yep. I suspect this was a way to hide the channel. Now I already know what the new one is. I already know. Yep, he thinks I don't know. No, I do. It's like Grizzly or something like that. I gotta look at it. I got a screenshot. Like, this is the point. He just changes it and goes and hides. Yep. Shifted the bitrate around. Again, trying to lie about whether he's in here. It's to lie. Because he knows he's in the stream. So he shifts the bitrate around to try to lie about it. And everybody else that's in here. Because obviously, that wouldn't happen conveniently at those times if nobody's in here to hear it. Wow, imagine that. Then there's the one stalker doing it all. So again, we'll just keep proving it. Yep, found him. Found him. He pretends to be Russian. He pretends to be Indian. He pretends to be Russian. Hold on. I think this is him. I think he was trying to get me to not find this because I think Russia's pissed at him for doing this to me. I don't know. I feel like I think I found him. Hold on. Remember, he always used to play Escape from Tarkov. And remember, I said I'm pretty sure he changed his name to Grizzly. Seems about right. Says he's from Russia. And this guy, again, it's all Escape from Tarkov stuff, except randomly one post from a game I play, Euro Truck Simulator, imagine that. I'd have to hear him. Hold on. I'd have to hear it. Hold on. What the hell? Wow. Hold on. I think it is him. I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. Hold on. Let me make sure. I think this is him. He's not talking, it's other people. I don't know for sure, but I think it's possibly him. Hold on, let me try something here. Let me do this a different way. Give me a sec. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is him. I think I found him. Because, like I said, that name was in my head. I knew it was like Grizzly or something. And it's streams from Escape from Tarkov. That's what he always used to play. So I knew that. And then I could recognize that that's a thing. It says he's from Russia. It says Grizzly Escape from Tarkov 1293. That's his name. He has a very limited amount of videos now. And this dude, again, this is what he always had. He always had like videos of Escape from Tarkov and shit. Let's see something here. It's hard to say. Because, like, whoever this is, like, there is some Russian here. He could just be not talking. I don't know, like, just the fact that, like, I was able to pick that out and, like, I knew that off the top of my head, and it was also then Escape from Tarkov stuff. I don't know, like, I'd call that a bit too, because, like, again, all I did was look it up, and then conveniently. So yeah, maybe just like one of his channels or something. Yeah, I think this is it, man. Like, I feel like maybe this is a different channel, but it's him. You know what I mean? Because he has so many channels. It says he's from Russia, though. That's masked up. Tried to tell us he was Indian too. Remember that? Yeah, I mean, this looks like the type of content he made too. Really does. Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to figure out if this is the channel. It kind of seems like it is. Yeah. So now I know why all this music is banned in Russia. Yeah, just this. Just like investigating this, seeing this, like all this music and stuff, like we're like during war times and stuff. Like they just don't allow it to be played in Russia. Well, again, I just watched an entire like I was watching that and like I did mute it. I muted it. So that's why you didn't hear anything, but flat out I was skipping through and he literally was just playing a radio station, like a music station, the entire time he was streaming. Just all the way through the stream. Just music. And so if Russia is getting away with that, that makes sense why there's all these things that you do with music that then gets blocked in Russia. Because that's what they do. Where it's apparently just a free-for-all? I don't know. That's weird to me. Just sit there and listen to a radio station the whole stream. Wow. Has comments disabled on that one too. Wow. Yeah. Now I realize probably why this person did this, because again they were jealous. Yeah, like they have comments turned off on everything. Live chat was turned off. This person is trying to cause for me the problem that they're having. That's what they're doing. That's it. They turn off the comments, they turn off chat, because this person gets harassed, right? Because they've done it before. Yeah, every stream. Comments disabled, live chat turned off. And a garbage PC setup. His specs are terrible. And they're exactly in line with what I thought they were. All this is adding up too conveniently. This is too convenient. Yeah. Yeah, his PC specs are crap. Let's see something newer. Hold on. There's nothing even on here. Like, what the hell? This stuff's from like 5 years ago. Here, like there's one from 1 year ago. Like this must be his old channel or something before he like started doing all that to me. Like I said, there was too many points that I recognized and was able to find this. Where, you know, like basically it's linked to him, you know, like that's the point. So I remember when he was sloppy when he was first doing this. That's why it was linked to him. Because I remember trying to find it and then finding this. And then going, oh, okay, I see. We changed our stuff. Or he got removed after trying to take it down, but again, I found it. And remember, I remembered that it was Grizzly. And I remember I said that before even finding this. And then I find this. And conveniently has all Escape from Tarkov stuff. And it's exactly how he'd label it. It has like the Russian... Like, he can speak English. Like, it says Escape from Tarkov. Like, it's all in English. Except there's, like, key words in Russian. How he used to label things. Like, it's too much. It's definitely him. It's definitely him. Here's a Discord. Apparently. Don't know if it's still valid. I don't know, but I'm gonna definitely show them this if they haven't seen it. I'm sure they've seen it. I'm really, you know, it's like this sort of thing where, like, not everything is shared. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna know everything. This is crazy. Yeah, like, all these comments are turned off and stuff. Like, you just turning off all the comments. So, like, this is the point. He came in here trolling the heck out of me, complaining about how I never allow chat, comments and stuff, but he was creating that, and, you know what I mean, like, doxing and doing all these malicious things and stuff like that, where... You know, we were trying to avoid that and stuff like that, and he was causing that. Meanwhile, he's the one that disables his comments and his chat on every stream. There's like one on here that has a bunch of likes. That's like the only one. And that was probably long before he started Yeah, I mean, like that says it was like 8 years ago or something like that. It's like crazy. But yeah, there's just too many points here where it lines up. And yeah, around the same subscriber count. Description looks like a serial number. Don't know what that means. Literally, his description literally reads like a serial number. I'm not making that up. That's what his description says. It's not like Russian or it's like literally just like a serial number. That's really weird. Like, there's so many strange things about this. And then conveniently, just that one Euro Truck 2 simulator from like a year ago that you played. And we all know a lot of this aggressively started happening a year ago. And remember how he was like stealing stuff from me and stuff like that. And I play that game. I do play that game. I mean, I'm not saying other people don't. I'm just saying, like, conveniently around that time, there's nothing else about it. It's the only one. And that's when the stream stopped, too. That's the very last one. It's that one, a year ago. And all these other points line up, too. Remembering the name and then finding this. Finding the Escape from Tarkov that lines up. The fact that it's Russia. That he's from Russia. The fact that, again, the titles of the streams are labeled the same as he would on the other channel. Just everything is very, very, very similar to how the other channel was prior to him, you know, taking a bunch of content from me and like posting it on his channel. So, and like I said, this explains a lot, because in Russia, apparently, just like he's doing here in a lot of these streams, he's listening to an entire radio station while the stream is playing, and that's not copyright to Russia. So no wonder why, again, music gets blocked in Russia blocked from Russia, because they don't want them to have, when they're doing that crap. Yeah. Because that's not helping them earn money on that. So, like, that's the point. Like, who knows? Like that's the point. Like, Russia being so unregulated and stuff like that, that proves how he's able to just sit here and harass and stalk somebody that long and do that, all that, for that amount of time, unchecked. 'Cause Russia. Wow. Yeah, it actually explains some things, but yeah. Now, I literally see, as we're sitting here and there's concurrence in here, you see them? I just watched views get removed from this stream. I just watched it happen. I watched 2 views come off. I watched it happen. So that's YouTube trying to hide what is happening here and what we have shown to you today. This is flat out evidence. Oh yeah, now you're going to add one back to show that you're just subtracting and adding like you could do before. And remember the day that they came in and proved that they could move the numbers to whatever they wanted and lie? Yeah. Oh yeah, YouTube, you owe me a lot of money. I'm watching them do it. You just subtracted another one. Just right like that. I just watched it happen just now. So we'll go ahead and screenshot that. Let me get this documented. Okay, good. Good. Okay. We'll document that there. Remove another one. Do it again. You should do it again. You should totally just remove another one. Live. Right now. You should do that. You should prove to us... oh, now you're gonna add them, huh? Yeah, now you're getting... Now you see what's happening. Yeah. Go ahead, I dare you. Because you know what's coming. Go ahead, subtract one, I dare you. Because you know what I'm going to do with that information. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now he's getting scared. Now he's adding them back in. Unbelievable. Just like all the other things that this person got away with in real time. Unbelievable. So, I think that we see now what intelligence can do. Do we see it firsthand? As the course of this stream proceeded to happen, can we see now what intelligence can do? Proper intelligence, used right. What it can do. Versus just being predictable. Like a certain president right now. Like Donald Trump. I think we can see firsthand. If there's any question now. Yeah, this is sure eye-opening, perhaps for some. I hope. You know, again, what intelligence, proper intelligence, firsthand can do. So, yeah. Let me just check, let me just check the progress on something here. Let me just check something here. So, I know we sort of talked about this already, but I wanna just like reiterate a point that we made earlier, and reaffirm that too. So the media around the world, like basically like you have to realize that, like I said earlier, with different governments and different ways of thinking, sometimes, actually all the time really, that's going to present different media, where the media is going to not necessarily cover things responsibly, and it's going to like here in the US, yeah, you have that freedom of the press, but that means that while you have fake news, there's good stuff out there too. So just like you see all this canceling of the stuff that I call good, that's the point. This is very clearly a tool being orchestrated, as we can see, by Russia to literally cancel culture here in the States, to cancel anything that we would consider a good product. And, you know, essentially this in turn causes this psychological response where everybody in this country, everybody, because it's being done probably on a bigger scale than you realize, suddenly starts thinking everything's trash. And meanwhile, the Russians are just laughing at you because they're all screwing with you. Well, the ones that do that. And they're all sitting there doing this, making certain things not work the way that they should. And we've seen evidence of this, like I said earlier when I was even trying to look this person up that's been doing this to me for a long time. Conveniently, as I mentioned on the stream, right after that, I proceed to get kicked out of the YouTube app, and it abruptly closes to do an update. And then, after doing this update, the YouTube app never lets me search this person's name. It just crashes every time I do it. Oh, wow. Wow. Fascinating. And then I come back and this person's removing their views. Removing the messages so that they can't be traced, changing names. Unbelievable. So, how does this affect the things that we see affect the media greatly, because this is why everybody thinks the way they do. You know, these fools, they don't get it. They really don't. They don't get that without Putin, like, seriously, like, that country, like, no, he's not holding, like, the point is he shouldn't have done so many things that he did. You got, like, the economy was bankrupt, and then he's just like, oh, let's invade Ukraine, because, again, we're already bankrupt, so we have to try to do something, have to try to save face. He couldn't work with anybody. Could be brought to do that. And, again, partially maybe Trump's fault, I don't know. Because, as I brought up earlier, the picture I conveniently mentioned earlier showed a much different take of dealing with Putin than we've seen lately. So, this is what it used to look like. I don't know why it became something else for some reason. But, regardless of that, you know, you need to accept the fact that these folks are being lied to, and, like, they believe this, they think this way, they think that it's okay to just mess around with somebody's life and not understand how it impacts things in other countries versus them. They have no conception, the slightest, and they just think it's funny, I think. I think maybe they think that, like, Americans are exaggerating or something, and, like, really do have it, like, all good, and so, like, that's a lie. It's garbage here because of a certain person in charge. So, again, like, we know that this causes the media to change, because the whole point is to lie to the people enough, just like Trump's doing, where that's his base. If he lies to him enough, he doesn't lose him. Because he can't be truthful about all the stuff he's terrible at. Right? Just like with Putin, or rigged his own elections forever. So obviously if he does that, he can't talk about it. He's trying to hide it and stuff. They have an election process. They probably don't even know that. Do they know that? Do they know they're being lied to? Do they know that he assassinates the competition? Probably not. I mean, maybe. Like, we are very far from this picture. This is 2007. Like, that's the point. Like, we have to accept that it's totally different now, and Trump ruined that. And you can't think of this as, like, a biased thing against Trump, where, again, it's just, no. Rule the guy out that's not fit for the position, just like you would do for Putin. You know, we have entire history books where we go to school and we learn that people like Putin are bad. We learned about Joseph Stalin and all that. You know, this is the point. And then as soon as I say that, I see a removal of another view. I see literally evidence that views are coming off the stream live right here, right now. Again. Views don't get removed live. Doesn't happen. So again, you're just showing us how guilty you are. Where I come back and just, boom, view removed, view removed, view removed, view removed. Yet we see concurrence in the stream. We see them just sitting in the stream. And I've already told you what they're trying to do. So we already know what they're trying to do. We already know that. And we already know that there'll be plenty of people in here. And there probably is. They're just lying about it. We've seen evidence of that. We've seen people show up in chat. And then they can't lie anymore. We've seen that. This graph will look very condemning. I'm gonna screenshot this again. This graph will look very condemning. It would be very, very, very obvious. That basically as soon as we got our trending, it was ruined. It'll be super obvious. Just like when we started out the stream, and we pointed out that it was 01, 01, 01, 2, 01, 2, 2, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, conveniently after a stream, where we talked about what we talked about. And then the bit rate is just already moving around right when we start the stream. Wow. And I just watched another view come off just now. So we saw another viewer in here, and instead of adding that view, they subtracted it. So I'm going to screenshot that again, and we are going to take evidence that YouTube is removing views. We will document evidence of that. Because YouTube is liable for that. They're just removing views live. Oh no. You don't get to dictate what views you can just take off. I'm entitled to that view. You counted it. I'm entitled to it. You don't get to do that. That's illegal. You can't do it. Otherwise, your entire platform is fraud, and I can prove it. Otherwise, you got a problem, and I can prove it, because you've been doing that a long time. So if that's what you've been doing a long time, I have a loophole in your system and I can prove it. And you're in a lot of trouble with YouTube. So if you're really doing that and you're really removing views while live, you're going to look really stupid. And you're going to owe a lot of people a lot of money. Because you're not allowed to do that. Oh yeah. And you know it. You know it. You're not allowed to do it. Yet you do it all the time, don't you? And you can't. Because it makes everything fraud. Everything that you do fraud. And you know that. You know there's a loophole. Right? You had to have figured that out by now. Because we did. So there's no way you don't know that you can't remove views live. That's illegal. Technically. Yep. Yeah. Believe it or not. In a roundabout way. Oh, trust me, that's real. Cannot remove views while I'm live. Can't do it. Cannot do that. So I can sit here and explain it, and you're going to look real stupid. But I don't think I'll do that. This is why this is so ridiculous. To think that, like, you know, like these checks and balances exist, yet this person does stalk and dox for an entire year. To think these checks and balances exist, yet here's YouTube removing views while we're live. Yet we also got doxed 1,200 people while we're live too. That also happened too. And they claim to have checks and balances for that, where their system should kick in for that too. Yet that didn't happen. That's a federal law broken. It's actually several federal laws broken. Yeah. Can't do that. You cannot dox somebody in a live stream chat. Can't do it. That is a federal law broken. YouTube knows that. That happened to be on this platform, guys. So, there are online harassment laws. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's one of them. It's in there. YouTube knows that, though. That's why it's so surprising. Yeah, so I recorded them. We're just gonna show evidence of you removing views live. That's all we're gonna do. I already had the screenshots. We're gonna show the stream progressing, and views getting minus instead of added to that number. We're gonna show that. That's all that's gonna happen. We're gonna show that the number is subtracted instead of added to. All while concurrents are coming in the stream. We'll show this. We'll show the accurate average view duration. We'll show all the times YouTube was wrong about somebody being in the stream for X amount of time. And they were just lying. It was just 0, not counting it. Meanwhile, who knows how long this person was watching the stream, and they just weren't counting those watch time hours, lying about it. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of that, because there was. Just like every single minute, every ounce of time that they shifted the bitrate around will count towards watch time minutes. That's how this is going to work, because you wasted my time. For every single moment that you did that, where you have this rate set to what it is, oh yeah, you're just wasting my time. Every single ounce of every second that you shift that bit rate around, it is calculated. And that's also why I make sure to say it too, and how often I have to say it. Isn't that a shame? Meanwhile, you still see the same 2 concurrents in here that have been doing this, that have been lingering around in here while all of this is going on, and we're being harassed. And then I find all this about Russia. And meanwhile, they're subtracting views, trying to lie. Trying to play cleanup like YouTube always does. Remember how many times I've had to tell you this? And then YouTube just plays cleanup. Instead of doing anything, they don't fix it. They make it worse. They don't care. And then they just sit here and play cleanup. Try to cover it up. Yep. So they're trying to subtract the views. Meanwhile, we're called that out. There's people that are watching that. They can see that. And that's the thing that they think that they think that you can't, you know, like if you can see it and you know what it is, you really think Yeah, it's sort of like when a certain company starts putting a disclaimer on their shipping information saying our people have the same information that you can see, by the way. And they start putting that there just all of a sudden. It was never there before. But just all of a sudden, this little disclaimer shows up. Almost like they're trying to hide the fact that they leaked some info. And then I just see another view come off just now. Let me document that. So we see another view come off. Just want to document that. Here we go. Remove a few more and then I can make a call. As quickly as I said that, a view was added. So, you are just you're too easy. You're too easy. Too easy. You're stupid. Like, you literally prove it, dude. As quickly as I said that, you add the view. Moron. I literally just proved your entire scheme. Right here, right now with screenshots. You're dumb. Leave the fucking stream, never come back, or reap the entire wrath of everything this is gonna prove to every federal investigator looking at this right now. You are so stupid. As quickly as I said that, they added a view. And had subtracted one right before that. Yeah. Leave and never come back because that's how stupid you fucking look right now. Additional view. Oh yeah, keep removing while you sit here and have two concurrents in the stream. Go ahead, I dare you. Remove a couple of more views while I have concurrents in the stream. I dare you. Because again, we've already sat here and proven the whole scheme that you're just sitting here doing this unlawfully. That you're removing views that are completely valid. Again, you're not supposed to remove views live. Can't do it. Just sitting here doing it. Same two concurrents as always. Why are we pretending like we don't? The patterns aren't right here and we're calling them right out right now. And we're seeing them every single time you do this crap. Why is there a second concurrent in here all of a sudden? Why did that happen? Right when it did. Why two? Also. That seems weird. Almost like something made it happen. Almost like I yawned or something like that. Interesting. Isn't it? See, that this is what they think. They think that, like, you don't notice this shit. This is what they think. Maybe most people don't. But I'm not most people. You attacked the wrong person. You'd have been better off attacking Trump. That guy's an idiot. Not that I condone attacking. Obviously, I don't condone attacking the president. But, just saying. Probably had a better time screwing around with him than me, because you're caught. Oh, wow. So basically, after the bitrate isn't shifting around like crazy for a little while, we've proven that the algorithm starts working. Isn't that funny how that happens? Almost like someone's been scamming my entire channel for a long time. Yeah, you saw it. Like, it's obvious they're doing their thing to try to keep it at 2. Doing whatever they can. But they're not. You know, without shifting the bitrate, obviously. But they're not. Obviously, like, you saw it snuck through. So that's why they do that. You know, it's always further things. Because the point is, we would probably be so much bigger. We'd probably be, like, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Seriously. But they've always done this. And I'm confident in my abilities. I feel like I deserve. I've seen people with hundreds of thousands. I feel as though I am talented and confident enough that I deserve hundreds of thousands of subscribers just as much as some of these other guys I've seen with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And just like you've seen with the subscriber, like the view count and stuff like that, we know they can lie and trick this and make and fudge the system. We know that they can do that. So, like, this is another thing I have been calling out, where that subscriber count just gets locked. A couple other channels where that's arguably happening too, where we see it too. And what you have to realize is it was always right. I told you guys, it's just them trying to pit us against each other. But you guys had to be right. You guys had to be like, no, that's a conspiracy. And then meanwhile, they're all like, ha 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 ha. Let's do it. And then I'm just single-handedly showing you I understand how things work in other countries. And meanwhile, you just sit here and get used like this. And then allow me and other people to get attacked. Because you can't recognize what's actually happening. I have to check something quick. Hold on. Okay. So, I had not planned on doing a 7-hour stream with you guys. But my brain was putting some stuff together. And the rule was that if I ever figured some stuff out, I'm sorry. My brain was figuring stuff out today. And, you know, like, the rule was that if I ever figured stuff out, at least somebody that I was talking to would be honest with me about certain information they have. It's not all of it, but yeah, I was right. I can't confirm about what, but I mean, as usual. And it's just something I've come to accept too, where I can figure things out. It's just a confidence thing. It's not a, you know, an ego thing. Oh boy. So, I apologize that we've been off topic. As much as this is our normal like our normal, I'm sorry if that was like super loud. If this is our normal sort of like intelligent talk and it kind of ruined it for you, I am sorry. But you know, it's really important to continue to take steps to make sure that this is dealt with. Like, just period. Doesn't matter where they are. And I mean, this person's been harassing this channel, doing these things, like, it's been too long. And so, you know, like, you just, when your brain's working, my brain was really working today. It was just like we got to that stream earlier, I had to. My brain was like, you know, just, I don't even know how to say it, because it just keeps going. It wants me to get to all these things. You know, like, my brain, like that's the problem, like, I've discovered this about myself. Like, I just figure things out, and until I figure it out, trust me, I'll figure it out. Like, it's like I have to. And, figure stuff out pretty quick, usually. I'm really not a slow learner. Person knows that. This is also related to the intelligence conversation. It is. Because accept the fact that Al-Qaeda and other members like terrorist groups still are doing things. It's, like you should, like that's still valid. It like none of that was stuff I just said or truthfully. Some of that was partially from some articles I read, and based on the information where I watched an interview with an ex-CIA operative, we'll call him an operative, and yeah, he's saying that. He's saying Al-Qaeda is here, and they've got billions. So, again, that's intelligence. CIA, Central Intelligence Agency. You need to recognize and respect when someone's willing to come forward and say those things, because it's probably hard for them to do that. You know, they don't want to do that. Thank you so much for being here with me, for watching those. You really have no idea how much that means to me. I really appreciate it. You know, for all your support, guys, through all this, like, it means a lot. Especially those who didn't walk away, who didn't act crazy when they just understood things weren't as they seem. I really appreciate you. Thank you. You know, and that's part of why like I'm doing all this, trying to show you the effort. Really. I mean, yeah, I spent time understanding that I always had to prove myself in whatever trade I was in. I was never coming on here like saying the stuff that I eventually said. No, it took time before I eventually caved and started saying, listen guys, I am an expert with some of these things, and I can analyze stuff and I can figure it out, and like technology, certain things and stuff like that. I have been doing a long time, and I didn't want to have to go that route. I didn't want to have to be that person, but because of what was happening, obviously, you feel the need to prove yourself. And so, there comes a time where you just have to start saying that stuff and confirming declaratives, you know? I can confirm this with my expert knowledge. I mean, aside from that, and like I said, you know, rationalizing it then too with an AI. And several AI, all at the same time. And just really thank you guys, seriously, for understanding and watching and being there for me too. Thank you for all these folks that I've met too, that were willing to talk, you know, from the other side of things. That, again, I understand I'm actually not on the other side. I just want actually a good Republican that I would love to see in that position. I'd love it. And like for you to respect that, for you to accept that all this time I really have been saying exactly that. And somebody's been trying to step on the fact that I am center of the road. I've been saying this for so long that I'm a conservative just supporting the Democrats because they make sense. That's it. They just support conservative values. And somebody's been silencing that, stepping on that, knowing that that's what I support, knowing that those are the values, the ethics that make sense. And that I have a way to explain it. And that's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame that because of what this person was doing, I didn't get heard by all these people that we could have worked together. Even separately, to make sure this person doesn't damage the country any longer just because some people don't understand politics. So thank you for your support. And remember, the preface of the stream was conservative values. Discussing what they are, defining it, talking about how, I mean, for a long time we've been talking about this. We've been definitively showing you all the facts where the Democrats, time and time again, this guy right here, Clinton among many others, since, I've been doing things to quite literally represent conservatism. I think Obama would tell you that too. And, you know, him being so bipartisan would be evidence of that. Because he worked very well with both Republicans and Democrats. He signed that bipartisan bill. Wasn't the Affordable Care Act bipartisan? I'm sure it was. That's impressive. Holy cow, you got healthcare reform bipartisan. That's impressive. Thanks, Obama. It really is a shame that we just have this guy that's just like jealous. Try to take credit for everything Obama does. It really is a shame. Because like I showed you at the start, we have plenty of examples of times before what Republicans, you know, even like I said, John McCain, yeah, I love that guy. But even if I don't necessarily agree with Mitt Romney on everything, I can stand there and say, you know what? What a solid human being, at the very least. He has ethics. He has some sense of moral fiber about him. He doesn't just cheat at golf. First time I said I think it actually was. That's funny. Maybe not. I have no idea. The point is, it's funny I would call that out right then. He was thinking of a way of describing, even I can recognize my own shortcomings. Right there it was. I pointed out that when you're speaking, you don't say It's like the thing you don't say, You get a case of the ums, right? Well, that was the thing they could complain about before with politicians. Like, can we go back to that? Where all we did was complain about the fact that, man, that guy just says too much. Man, he just always has to think and say and oh man, can we please go back to when we were so worried that they weren't just like saying too many times somehow indicated they weren't thinking about something. Oh, it's so stupid to think that too. Thinking back now, like it's just like, really, did we really, like almost like they're trying to make something up. It's like, well, not necessarily. I just don't remember. They're really trying to think of it, Oh man. If only that could be the only problem, But instead we have T-Rump and he's orange. He's a facade. He's a guy that's always done that. And sorry, I was playing. Again, the roles, something we talked about earlier, the roles between Republicans and Democrats have changed. Where, again, just since the Clintons, more Democrats have been doing the things that the conservatives were always talking about doing but could never accomplish. And the Democrats just got it done. And again, that was Clinton, that was Obama, that was Biden, that was all of them. They were all pretty good. Again, Biden didn't have enough time to be great, I don't think, unfortunately. But I think he would have been. I'll be honest, I do. And he was so good. He really was. Like, with the little time that he had, he really did do a lot. And people don't really even give it to him, I don't think. It's kind of weird. Because, I can sit here and, look up a whole lot of stuff that he did that I definitely thought was exactly what conservatives would like. Sort of in line with, Bill, where he was generally liked, too. No, I think it's just the time. I think people just don't understand how things work anymore. They just aren't educated about politics. They genuinely haven't experienced a draft or a war of any kind. So they don't experience the same sort of feelings and stuff that it just it's like they think life's a video game or something. So yeah, it's kind of impressive, actually, when you look at what Obama was able to get done. That's actually kind of impressive. Because there's just such a huge list of things. And Trump would always try to take credit for something, and then you look it up, and it was something Obama did. It just continued into his, you know, or he extended something, like he tried to take credit for something having to do with like helping veterans or something like that, and Obama actually did it. It was something he just continued. Where like, yeah, like he did have to sign to continue it or whatever, but Obama started it. So like things like that. And like, again, we're just so far from that type of leadership. Sorry, I'm just, I don't know where I put my, I have like a drink. I thought I had a Gatorade. It's like, yes. I found it. I did have a Gatorade. I'll finish my Gatorade. Alright, well, I think it's probably time to start wrapping things up here. Probably about time. And again, I want to really again say, you know, I apologize to all of you that you know, you're just trying to watch the stream and we're interrupted by this again. It's been going on a long time. So again, part of the process is calling it out to document every time. And so thank you. I can't reiterate how appreciative I am of all of you for understanding and still sticking with me regardless of all that, and you know, like completely understanding where we're coming from with you know, getting behind that and you know, just letting that happen, calling it out, you know, all that. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate again, like, I specifically want to call out and say thank you to 365 for being helpful. And so supportive. I think it's time. I think it's time to go ahead and finally call it. But I'll try to, again, like I said about short streams and stuff, the whole point is to try to give you guys definitely some content that's geared towards the people that like that and stuff like that, but also be more quick and concise about our intelligence conversations and stuff like that. But again, we just had to, we have to talk about it as that happens and stuff like that. So I really do appreciate again your understanding. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess that's it. And take care. See you next time.